Hello. How is everybody doing today? Hopefully you're doing well. My name is Derek Melenda. Welcome to another episode of Knights of the Last Call. Yeah, hopefully everybody is good. Hopefully everybody can hear me. Should be fine here. We should be set up correctly. Oh no, I forgot my LED lights. Whatever are we going to do? All right, there we go. You need that splash of color. You need that splash of color to give it that look. Yeah, some some real behind the scenes there. Yeah, that's exactly right. Actually, London, I actually bought some cool LED strips. I've independent of having like an office, I've always wanted to have my books illuminated, like when the room is dark, so you could like read the titles and stuff. And so I might just do that. Yeah, maybe we get some mood lighting going on. Ooh, there we go. Turn it down a notch. Hopefully everybody is doing good. Yeah, we're here to do level 7 spells today, which is pretty crazy. KC asked, is that Willow, Derek? It is Willow. One of my top favorite movies of all time. The 19, I want to say 88, 86. Fantasy adventure classic, directed by Ron Howard, produced by George Lucas. That would be that. Oh, you gotta run. All right. Well, thanks, London. Appreciate you being here, even for this. Hopefully, you catch us on the replay. I am also a little frightened about the Willow series coming to Disney as well. Yeah, catch you on the VOD, London. Take care, buddy. Salvolre is here, of course, as well. And I think that's about it. I'm not really expecting to get a ton of people in here tonight. The live streams here, these live streams in particular, well, actually, let's be clear. All live streams in general have really been taking a hit. I actually had a talk with Steven from Roll for Combat. He was in our after party yesterday or 2 days ago from after our Quest for the Frozen Flame show. And, I was really concerned because, our Quest for the Frozen Flame show had started off really strong. We had over 100 live viewers for the first episode. And then episode 2 dropped down to like 65. And then episode 3 dropped down to like 55. And then this week's episode 4 dropped down to like 40. And I thought, oh man, that sucks. And even these live streams for the spells have really gotten killed. And I thought, maybe we're definitely falling off. But, I was like, well, because level 7. But apparently, I guess he was telling me that a lot of people a lot of streams are just dead right now. It's just because it's the summer. And it's kind of that first summer, I would say, post-COVID. I know we're, infection rates are still obviously very much clearly a thing, but, people are actually going out and they're doing things and traveling and they feel safe enough to do so. So, people are out there doing their stuff and that's why we have less people here. But also, this is episode number 23. These things go 2 to 3 hours. Yeah. So, we're talking about 50 plus hours of, of discussion just to get through the first 6 levels of the stream. So we're going to get into it. We have 42 level 7 spells, which is about, we've gotten through that many before. So as long as we don't have too many really, really long spells, we should be fine. I do want to try something, though, for the people who are here. Before we get into it, I am going to switch microphones for a quick minute, and I want you all to tell me if you think it sounds better, worse, different, but good. So here we go. All right, so now I am talking on a different microphone. I'm actually talking on a microphone that's actually located right here, but it's not this microphone. So just let me know what you think about it. We're doing some experimenting with our new studio. We want to move to microphones that aren't directly in the shot to give people a little bit more, freedom to move around. All right. Different, slight drop in quality. Worse, says Boothby. So yeah. All right. Makes sense. Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, we know we're definitely gonna have it be different. Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate. The audio quality is, it's hard to beat with these Shure SM7Bs, in my opinion, especially, in a small room like this. It's not like a recording booth or whatever. But switching is always tough. But anyways, I just wanted to try that. I just set it up, so we'll experiment with that some further. Again, I don't mind this microphone here for these kind of streams, but when we're playing at a table, I really want to experiment with the idea of having the microphones out of the shot, up above, aimed down at the players. This is what Critical Role does. And that way, we don't have these arms and we don't have the big microphone right in front of people's face. And that way, if they go off the microphone, their voice doesn't drop off. And I think it's going to be better for us overall. And to that end, thank you for your continued support. We're over halfway there to our root studio goal. And I want to say thank you to everybody who has been tipping and donating. And Damien says he can't stay for the whole stream. Thor is calling. Thank you, Damien, for the super chat. I am going to see it tomorrow morning with Mr. Matt Holloway, Burl himself, and another friend of the show, Ross Tamakobo. And looking forward to that, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And I've really enjoyed what Takita Wakati has done with the Thor series. I am worried it's going to be a little... Oh, how can I say this? I'm worried it's going to be a little silly, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But I overall, I'm looking forward to it. So, anyways, so thank you everybody for the tip. Thank you, Damien, for the tip. Enjoy the movie. Like I said, I'm going to go see it tomorrow morning. We'll talk. We'll talk on the channel. We'll see how things are. I think it's going to be good. KC says, if you started with the other mic, I wouldn't have known. The direct comparison didn't help. That's the worst pronunciation of his name I've heard. I don't know. I don't know what his name is. I know it starts with a T. It ends with a W. And he plays Korg. But, thank you to you for subscribing, Don Pokey. Welcome. Taika Waititi? Taika Waititi. Okay. YTT. Okay. YTT. All right. Actually, speaking of Taika Waititi, who I believe is a New Zealander, I think we're kind of trying to figure out maybe a plan for a couple of us to head down to New Zealand next year. Myself, Mr. Matt Holloway, a friend of ours as well. We're all single. We're all in our late 30s, and New Zealand has been on my bucket list for a long time. So I don't know. We'll see. Maybe. I think he's great. Heck, by the time you get here, I'll be gone. Damn it, Eon Rider. I was telling Vin that is this the new Iomade? Maybe. I still think it's... Yeah, I guess. At this point, I guess I'm used to it being Iomade. Still a weird name. You'll have to give me, Eon Rider. Well, I'll have to... If we do decide to go and we do book tickets, I'll definitely have to touch base with you and figure out if there's if you can give me a quasi quasi-native person's perspective as a long-term guest, basically. So that'll be very helpful. All right, let me move over here. Okay, boom. Here we go. Level 7. Are we ready for this? We got 21-ish, 25 people in the chat. So, yeah. Yes, I did used to say it so wrong. That's correct. I used to say Iomade, and it's Iomade, apparently. If you want me to tell you some cool places to go, I can do that. Yeah, that's exactly what we want to do. I mean, I know it sounds super touristy and kitschy, but I really do want to go see the Hobbiton. I know it sounds horrible and stupid, but I'd be lying if I said that I didn't want to go see it. I do want to go see it. So anyways, we're going to get into this here. And as a reminder, if you're enjoying the show, we I'll be honest with you. This show has gone on far longer than I ever expected it to. But I made a promise early on. Somebody said, "Don't break my heart." I don't even remember who it was. They might not even be a patron, but they basically said something like, "Don't break my heart." Maybe they are. I'm not sure who it was who said it, but they were like, I thought it might have been Total Entropy, but I could be wrong. But they were like, don't break my heart. People start these all spells, all feats, all classes, and they never finish them because it takes too much work. And I was like, oh, we're going to finish them. And so here we are, almost 25 streams later, almost 60, 70 hours of live stream later, and we're in the home stretch. We got about maybe 80 spells left to go. So 40 of them are here for us today, including our level 7 spells. And you remember the comment? Okay, Flame Loud. Okay, yeah, I remember it too. I wish I could remember who that person was. But it just shows you the impact that you can have. Like how social media is weird, because that one person saying that one thing basically made me go, okay, well, yeah, fuck, I gotta do it. I gotta do it. Less bass. Yeah, I mean, the Shure SM7B is a dynamic microphone, and it's going to have a pretty reasonable proximity effect. Not to mention it's a $600, $500 microphone, whereas this little Rode NT5 up here is just a small capsule condenser and like a pencil condenser, and it definitely is not going to have it. So, but I don't need to have this big thing in my face. So, yeah, I realize a direct comparison probably isn't fair, but we'll experiment with it. I've definitely lasted the longest. NoNat got to 2 videos, and a certain YouTuber who, we lost it. I don't know what that was supposed to say. Yeah, I mean, it's been tough, but all right, here we go. Let's get into it, huh? We got, I forgot to resize all these. Hold on a sec. Too big. Whoa. Oh, too small. It's always a trial. All right, there we go. All right, let's start again. Sorry about that. Oh, okay. Yeah, I get it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, this All Spells Ranked for us has been, it's been pretty good. I mean, obviously the last couple of streams haven't been great. I think once we got above level 5 spells, I thought last week's episode with Vin was fantastic. I had a lot of fun. I thought Vin was great. His audio sounded good. It's crazy that you're doing that with someone who's literally on the other side of the world, right? He's 14 hours ahead of me. So almost about as far around the world as you can get. And there, him and I are just sitting there jamming and having fun, talking about Pathfinder 2 spells and making fun of the bad ones. And, I thought it was great. I was really excited for it, and it was a lot of fun. It worked out really well because Thursday nights, Vin, it's Friday morning. He's got a work, and he just happened to be off that day. He was actually sick or getting over being sick. But it was also sad to say, like our lowest tipped live stream ever. And I will probably make fun of Vin for that for the rest of time. Vin, you cost me so much money. But it's a lot of fun though. And at this point, it's nice to just have it wrapped up, finish it up, and get it done for this point. I mean, obviously, this channel, this show has been, this particular series, this All Spells Ranked, has been really good for us. People have really supported us. We've gained a lot of patrons from it, and, you know, we've also gotten more than a fair share amount of tips over the course of the earlier levels. So happy to finish it now as sort of like a thank you to the people who have stuck with it for this long. So let's get into angel form, shall we? All right. So this is our, you know, last level we had demon form and devil form, and there was a lot of discussion about should neutral characters be able to go into evil forms, and we were talking about can they cast spells, yada yada. This is good gets paid off by having a level later. You get this spell, and oh gosh, can we just stop right here real quick? Let me take a look at this here. Look how we're already here. Look at this. All right. So when you go into angel form, let's compare this with demon form. Okay, so demon form gives you 30 temp and weakness 5 to good. And then the angel form, which is a whole level higher, is 40 temp, but you get weakness 10 to evil. Meanwhile, last level, level 6, Daemon form, Devil form, gave you AC 22 plus your level for a level 6 spell. And level 7, it gives you AC 22 plus your level. So, yeah, like already I'm kind of disappointed with that. Boy, it's just not as good. It's not as good as the evil spells, in my personal opinion. You know, you get no resistance whatsoever to any form of damage. You get weakness 10, doubling up from the weakness 5. And the AC is equivalent to a spell that was 2 levels earlier. So that is... Ian Ryder, the devil was especially tanky. I will consider that. But... I don't know. It still had a... Yeah... I don't know. It probably is better. I just still feel like it's not as good as it could be. To be honest with you, I'm not loving it. Complete. Let's compare it to the Daemon form. Daemon form might have been the more appropriate one here. All right, so Daemon form's AC 21, 15 temp, and weakness 5. And then a spell, which is a level higher, is AC 22, 40 temp, and weakness 10. And I also agree, Ian Ryder, that weakness 10 to evil hurts. It's a lot more common than good. I think you're going to turn into this form and get hit a lot. But anyways, all right. You get 5 forms to choose from. All of them have fly 40, which is pretty good. The Balise has perception 26 to detect lies and illusions. All right. Slashing good, a reasonable amount of damage here. The Coral has bonus against sonic and auditory. Reasonable damage, not quite as good. And has this sort of piercing him, which is a ranged attack that is not that great, and it deafens on a crit, which isn't super good. Monadic Deva gets a bonus, saves against death effects. Does probably the most effective combat there. 2d6 bludgeoning, plus 12 bludgeoning, 1d6 force, 1d6 good. And then the Movonic Deva gets fire resistance, or resistance 10 to negative, and gets 1d8 plus 12 slashing, plus d6 good, plus d6 good. I just don't think these things stand up. I really don't. Again, if we go back to the Daemon, I mean, not only did these creatures have better ranged attacks, some of them had things like plus grab. 2 of them had plus grab. And plus grab, I think, is really, really powerful, especially when you're trying to be sort of a, yeah. I'm not a big fan of these, as much as this angel form. Yeah, the angel kind of doesn't really cover any particular area, though. I mean, also, by the way, you're medium. The devil forms were large. It's going to give you 10-foot reach. So you're also getting less reach. For a level higher spell, I mean, I got to tell you, in Pathfinder 2, being large and huge is almost always an advantage. It's harder to be swallowed whole. You control a larger area as a demon medium. The daemon is large, that's for sure. No, you could fly. They all have fly. Fly 40, fly 40, fly 40, fly 40. They all have fly 40. Yeah. I don't know. This. Yeah, there's another one, the Ian Rider, but I don't see it either. I don't know. We gave those other forms A's. I'm gonna give this one. Honestly, I'm gonna give this one a C. I really just don't feel like you're getting a whole lot for this. It's just not that good. The extra temporary hit points. Evil is a very common type. Yeah, at 9th level you become large. Whereas with our demon form, by the way, at least okay, that one doesn't heighten. All right, but still, I was way more impressed with the demon forms and the devil forms for sure. Yeah, by the way, the demon form is medium, but if you choose Hezro, you get large. So you get a large right there. And again, look at these creatures, right? Like, this one gets resistance to electricity. This one gets a plus grab. This one does 2d6 additional precision damage. And it gets a claw attack in addition to its spear attack, which is agile. Yeah, I guess so, Ann Ryder. It's just there to tempt you, yeah. I don't know. Not a big fan. I'm going to go C. I mean, it's not bad, but for a level 7 spell, I expected more. And it just doesn't deliver. All right. Blight, Burn, Blast, coming from Extinction Curse. Very short range cone. I might do a whole video about this, having just finished up a level 20. We just finished up our Pathfinder 2 campaign. If you're interested, Aaron did a entire hour and a half long video sort of breaking down and dissecting our Pathfinder 2 campaign that we just finished. It I was a player in, he was running it, and we had a lot of optional house rules in there to make downtime more interesting and stuff. And if you're actually a champion tier or higher, you actually get access to that PDF. Hey, Reaper Grimm, thank you for the super chat. Well, if Celestials were really that good compared to Fiends, Fiends probably wouldn't exist. No, there's supposed to be a lot more Fiends than Celestials, right? The endless hordes of the Abyss, the endless levels of the Abyss. So I think it's supposed to be like the powerful few against the multitudinous many. That's the way I've always viewed it. I think that's disappointing, actually. But thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. Appreciate the ongoing support. Yeah, but we just finished the level 20 campaign, and my takeaway on it is they have a real problem with range and the fact that none of their effects scale. So, Ann Ryder said it correctly. 7th level spells should not have 15-foot cones. Full stop. When creatures have speeds of, between boots and wands of Longstrider and Fleet, like everybody had a speed of 40 or 50. Everyone was themselves. We were fighting gargantuan and huge creatures. Damn, Ian Ryder. Why don't you? Okay, Ian Ryder, you just run the damn show, okay? 15-foot cone is one for you. Exactly. A 15-foot cone isn't an AoE at this level. It's really not. It's basically just a single target. It's really, problematic. If a creature does have attack of opportunity and it is huge, it's going to have a 15-foot reach. You're not even going to be able to cast the spell without provoking attack of opportunity if you have a 15-foot cone. So the spells like this just don't function at this level of the game. Not to mention, so you do 46 points of poison damage to everybody, which is almost nothing. And creatures who fail their save are affected with, so you do 46 damage automatically. And it affects them with Blight, Burn, Sickness. If they critically fail, they go to stage 2. Blight, Burn, Sickness. Let's see. It's drained. It's drained and sickened. But look at how much it progresses. It progresses on a day-to-day basis. So this is going to be very minimally useful for a player. So this is a GM spell, and I'm going to put it at GMD just because the area of effect is so minimal that it basically just doesn't work. It does work, but yeah. But the fact that the disease is on a 1-day progression means that even if you do land it on a monster, it's not going to progress in anything that you would consider to be a reasonable time. We're monsters don't live long. I mean, that's just the way it works. Yes. Oh, well, flavor, and there's an NBC. Okay. Yeah. Final stage is a year. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Pillsbury. And Ian Ryder knocked it out there. Tiny range, flavor, text damage, DF tier spells. Yep, exactly. KC, this has been something that has existed really since 3rd edition D&D, and I myself have always kind of wondered about this. Angels are weak to evil and fiends are weak to good. Aren't they trained to fight each other? I think the idea here is that they are essentially, since they are made up of that primal substance, it's in their nature to just be weak to the opposite. So yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, they have the stage 1 debuff for the whole combat, but Drained 1 is really only, level 13 damage, if they're a level 13 monster. You get a -1 to your fort saves. It's not actually that bad. The main thing with Drain that sucks is that you can't regain your hit points to full. But again, that's not going to affect a monster. That's much more likely to be a pain in the butt for a player. Drained is one of the conditions that actually, can have a lasting effect. If you get Drained 2 and you're level 15, okay, well, you're down 30 hit points, but your max HP is also down 30 hit points. And that could have some fun, long-lasting consequences. All the more reason why it's a GM spell. I think it would have been fine as a GM spell, but that short, probably a C, but that short range on that cone just kills it for me. So, all right, well, Contingency's up next, and this is a very cool effect. You don't. This spell's been around since a long time, and this is Pathfinder 2's take on it, and I think they did a pretty okay job with it. It takes 10 minutes to cast. It lasts basically forever, and you prepare a spell that'll trigger later, and you have to pick when you can keep heightening the spell to choose ever increasingly higher spells to contingify and to put on contingency. To make contingent on your trigger, but it starts off with being able to cast a 4th level spell or lower with no more than 3 actions. It has to affect you, and you have to make all your decisions, and then you choose a trigger, and once it's cast, you can cause the spell to come into existence with a reaction. So it's like giving yourself a reaction, and you can have a lot of fun with this if you a contingent improved heightened invisibility spell. Could be really powerful and effective. A resistance. Again, I think they did a good job here. PF2 is fairly balanced, and they did a good job of doing it. I think 7th level spell to get a contingent 4th level spell feels right. And then heightening as you go up 8 for 5, 9 for 6, 10 for 7. I think that feels right too. Getting to choose one of these spells and make it essentially a reaction. I think it's great. And it doesn't it only lasts for 1 round. Nope, the spell comes into effect. So if it has a 1-minute duration or a 10-minute duration, you get the full benefit for that. And I think this spell's cool. I think it gives you a lot of flexibility, a lot of fun. It lasts all day. I think you could use this spell to great effect. And you can only have 1 contingency cast on you per day, and that's fine. I mean, I think doing more than that would be probably fairly broken. I don't think you're going to rush out to cast a spell when you first get level 7 spells, but when you have 8th and 9th level spells, I mean, I think you're absolutely going to probably have one of these up. And it's arcane only. So cool. Another great reason why arcane is just fantastic. A tier spell. And it's solid. I like it a lot. So yeah. Very good. Big fan. It is a bit sad that it's only arcane, but it's just, you know, one of those things. You know, I mean, you're getting to the point here, though, Sean, where, like, you have so many spell slots and, like, the game is about to end. You know, you got to start wondering, am I even going to be able to cast this thing this many times? But yeah, I mean, it's a great spell. If you can afford the wand, sure. But yeah, Contingency is pretty good. All right. Moving into a spell that I imagine I'm not going to like. It's a very expensive one. Does it specify what tradition you need for the spell? I moved on. You're going to ask questions like that, flame loud. You need a tip. I'm just kidding. I'm fucking with you. Contingency. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. No. It could be any spell. That's right, Don Pokey Life. You have so many spell slots. It's actually kind of, it's pretty crazy. And the way that Pathfinder 2 works, you're almost never going to get through them all. So, again, what are we doing here, folks? Level 7. Plane shift is in this spell level. Okay? The ability to take you and your party to another plane of existence. And we are talking about a 5-foot emanation of controlling sand. We need to do better than this. We must do better than this. All right. Well, you make sand whip around you. If a creature starts there, it becomes dazzled, but only if it fails a fort save. And then you can choose one of these effects when you cast it, and on subsequent rounds, you can switch between them. So you can have a sand shield, which of course gives you no benefit to AC, but it lets you use a shield block, and it has hardness 14. And that's not horrible. Sand Blast is a single target within 30 feet, takes 8d6 points of damage. That's not great. And Sandstorm is you push it up to 30 foot, and then it's a 64 slashing damage, or must hold its breath and begin suffocating. Sandblast and Sandstorm or whatever. Sand Shield, getting a repeatable, no AC, hardness 14 shield. And you have to sustain it. So you're not getting any AC. I don't know. I'm not. Sand Shield is nice. That part is nice. You can't use it again until the next time you sustain the shield. And so, yeah, so every round you get a shield block. It's basically a shield spell, but with no AC bonus. But being able to get a reaction to take 14 off of an attack, it's not bad. I'll say C, just on the strength of Sand Shield. Probably not, but Matthew, I agree with Matthew. Bob came back because he heard Darude. That's hilarious. It's a great point, John. That's a great point, John. So it works with the sustain for free spell. Yeah, that's actually a good use for it. Good choice. Good call. Yeah, the 5-foot emanation is very misleading, as with so many spells. Corrosive Bodies next. This does have the polymorph trait. You become living acid. All right. Angel form sounds so much cooler, better, so much better than control sand, and yet here we are. Remember though, angel form, Koenig, is gonna lock you out of being able to speak. It's gonna lock you out of being able to cast spells. You know, you're gonna be a cool angel, but you won't be able to actually heal your party, which is probably the funniest thing ever. So, Corrosive Body, you turn into living acid. You get immunity to acid. All right. Good spell against black dragons. Not many things just flat out give you immunity. So I actually kind of really respect that. Any creature that touches you or damages you with an unarmed melee attack or a non-reach melee attack takes 3d6 acid damage, no save. I don't mind that. Your unarmed attacks deal 1d4 additional acid damage. Who cares? Pointless. All right. The first time each round that you deal acid damage to a creature in this way, you gain 3d6 temporary hit points as your body digests the eroded material and transform it into protective acid. When the spell ends, any remaining temporary hit points expire. Your acid spells deal 1 additional die of acid damage. Now, here's what's funny. Your acid spells deal 1 additional die of damage. You can cast Acid Splash as an innate spell. The splash damage affects all creatures within 15 feet instead of the normal 5 feet. Remember, Corrosive Body has the polymorph trait. And because it has the polymorph trait, okay, unless otherwise stated, other place. Unless otherwise noted, the battle form prevents you from... Now it says, if you take on a battle form with a polymorph spell. This is not a battle form. So yes, you can still cast spells in this form. Now I know that's confusing as hell because we've just been talking about this the whole time because every polymorph we've gone through has been a battle form, but here is one that is not a battle form. And they're somehow both subsumed within this polymorph trait that you have to read, but then you also have to know that the polymorph trait distinguishes the distinction between a battle form and a non-battle form. So this is not a battle form. You just get 3d6 acid damage shield, immunity to acid. Anytime you do that acid damage, you gain 3d6 temporary hit points. You can cast Acid Splash, probably already did, but the splash is within 15 feet instead of 5 feet, which isn't the most horrible thing. I like this spell. This spell's pretty great. Acid immunity is great. The fact that it's not a battle form, I mean, that's kind of badass. It's definitely good against people. You know, if you're a wizard and or a druid and you're expecting to be meleeed, 3d6 automatic damage plus you gain 3d6 temp each round. Basically, I like it a lot. I think this is a nice A spell. This one's pretty good. The fact that it's not a battle form alone, I would probably say it's a B. You know, without the battle form, it would be like a C or a D. But, it's more than just sweating acid, Kevin. It's you transform into a being of living acid. It is an odd choice / mistake with the straight system there. It's a pretty nice spell. Respect the temporary hit points and retaliation. Oh, it's a great spell to fight troll. I don't know how many trolls you're fighting when you're level 13, but this is the modified version of Fiery Body from the CRB. Okay. All right. We get to our next polymorph battle form. This one's Divine and Prival. Could you read the bonus acid damage and part about healing? You're killing me, Smalls. Flame Loud. It's a good thing I like you. He's intending to keep me here forever. All right. Corrosive Body. All right. Any creature that touches you with or damages you with an unarmed melee attack or non-reach weapon takes 3d6 acid damage, and your unarmed attacks deal 1d4 acid damage. The first time each round that you deal acid damage to a creature in this way, you gain 3d6 temporary hit points as your body digests the eroded material and transform it into a protective acid. And when the spell ends, the temporary hit points end as well. So yes, there's no disambiguation here. Whether they take 3d6 acid damage because they attacked you, or because you dealt 1d4 additional points of acid damage because you punched them, you are going to get your 3d6 acid. Welcome, Mr. Stephen Palmer, not just a hero of the Patreon, but also an adventurer of Last Call. For he is strong. Welcome, Stephen. Sitting pretty on that blue badge. Nice. Welcome. All right. So, cosmic form. You go full Silver Surfer here, okay? So remember, angel form was divine only. And this one is Divine and Primal. It's 2 actions. This is a battle form. You recreate your form entirely out of cosmic energy. Let's remember, this is a level 7 spell. You recreate your form entirely out of cosmic energy, transforming into a large battle form. Also level 7. You have sand swirl around you. What are we doing here? There's a flavor inconsistency problem. All right, anyways. You have hands in the battle form and can move, manipulate actions, but of course you cannot cast spells. You choose the power of the moon or the sun. You get a not great AC, not great temporary hit points, an on-level attack modifier. So, yikes, very not defensive. You get either moon or sun. They both have fly 50, which I respect. They have a 10-foot agile fist, which only does 2d4 plus 10 bludgeoning plus d6 fire. And the angel form, all the angel forms did more damage than that. They did like 2d6, 2d8 plus 12 plus d6 fire plus d6 good plus d6 force plus d6 good. This is crap. And then you get just a really crappy ranged attack, which counts as silver. Or fire, which like everything is immune to. And if you crit, which you're never going to crit, I mean, maybe you will because you have a better attack roll, but, you know. Yeah, this is bad. This is not great. Your defenses here are bad. Let me see here really quick. 2 armor. You're an expert. Your dex might be 4. Like a wizard, a cleric or druid casting this, their AC probably doesn't even change. They probably have as good of an AC there as that. So your AC is, in fact, it might even go down. Expert plus 2 and 5 is 11. Okay, no, so which is 21. So yeah, this isn't even an AC buff. You're basically just getting 20 temporary hit points. Yikes. Not good. Sorry, Cosmic Form. I think this is almost more disappointing. Yeah, this is more disappointing. This is worse than Angel Form. And the reason, by the way, again, I played a cleric just recently through these levels. Was excited. Never took him. Just never took him. I mean, you can, John, if you cast a spell at lower level, but I understand what you mean. Because that's the other problem with these spells, by the way. You're like, oh, that was so cool, man. I turned into a demon. I turned into a devil, you know. I turned into but then you're like, oh, well, now that spell never gets better. That battle form doesn't improve. So I guess I could only do that for a level or 2. And then if the spell doesn't heighten, then it never gets any better. And you're just like, you know, it just sucks. All right, Deity Strike is next. Another divine only spell. All right, here we go. Secrets of Magic. 2 actions, 500 feet. Requirement, you have to have a deity. I guess that means if you're like one of those like agnostic clerics, you can't cast a spell. Steven says they're so busy kicking out spells there is no continuity. They need a lot more QC and a lot less bloat. Books are great when it has real variation. Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. With every aspect there, and I definitely agree without that. Don Pokey, generally speaking, I personally feel that Pathfinder 2 does overvalue. It's so crazy how they overvalue crit fails on spells so much, but then they massively undervalue them on martials. And it's funny because martial attack rolls can get things like heroism and flanking and aid, circumstance bonuses from aid. And you can actually basically make it so that you can almost guarantee a crit in some instances. But so many of these spells, your DC is fixed and it's not changing. And short of like putting a frighten or sicken debuff on the enemy, they aren't gonna, you know, they're basically at the same rate. So, anyways, yeah. So I do think that they have massively overvalued the critical fail effects. 500-foot range, 1 creature. You get the deity's favorite weapon above the air, and it attacks the target using your spell attack roll. Yikes. All right, so we are now at the level, by the way, where your spell attack roll is at its worst that you could possibly be. This is a level 7 spell, and that means that you are level 13 or higher, and all of the martial characters have just gone to master, which means that all of the enemies in the game's AC have just gone up by 2 points in order to keep the math balanced. That means at this point, you are about as far behind as you can get, because the marshals are going to have +2 weapons. You're still a expert in casting, and so you're 2 points behind an item bonus, and now you're 2 points behind a proficiency bonus. Your spell attack roll is 4 points behind. Now, eventually, you will catch up when you become a master, and then you'll only be 2 points behind. And then eventually the marshals will go up to a +3 weapon, but eventually you go up to legendary, with the exception of the fighter, of course, who was already legendary since level 13, and you end the game 1 point behind. But at this point in the game, this is the single worst point in the game to be casting spell attack rolls. You have a 4-point differential. That is unthinkably bad in this game. So anyways, okay. In other words, you're going to miss. On a hit, the weapon deals 7d12 force damage or double damage on a critical hit. It's not even that much damage. It's okay, but it's level 7 spell, people. After the attack, whether it succeeds or fails, and that's important because it's going to fail, divine energy bursts out from the weapon in a shockwave. It emits a 10-foot wide, 30-foot long line. Again, a joke. We talk again. Maybe I'll do a video about this, but ranges need to scale in this game. We by the end of our game, we needed an 80 or 100-foot by 100-foot Chessex mat just to be able to fit everybody. The fighter was huge. The inventor was huge. The monsters were huge or gargantuan or colossal. We're moving 50, 60 feet with an action. A sudden charge. My fighter could sudden charge 100 feet. I could move. I could haste, move. Or quickened, move again, then sudden charge. I could move 200 feet and then still make an attack with 0 map. Like the spell, the size of these battlefields is massive. Something like a 10-foot wide, 30-foot line. Like what are we playing here? This isn't low level. This is outrageous, actually. So choose an alignment that your deity has. You target any creatures that opposite the alignment. It does 5d6 damage. And if your deity is true neutral, the weapon doesn't even create a shockwave. Okay, so to me, this spell fails on every possible thing. The spell attack is bad. The AoE the damage isn't even that impressive. The damage is pathetic. The AoE is small. It doesn't even work if you don't have a deity. It doesn't even work if you're neutral, if your deity is neutral. And the damage, when you go through all of that, is 5d6 points of freaking damage. This is just, horrible. The Shadow Signet, I don't know what's with that. I don't know if they put it in there. Like, did they actually put it in there as a fix? But why wouldn't they just make an adjustment to the game? I don't understand why they put that in there. Anyways. Dimensional lock. Oh, what happened? I found no dev commentary on the Shadow Signet. Oh, hey, guess what? Next Thursday, I should actually shout this out. I'm gonna talk about this on the Discord as well. I'll put a post on the community post. Next Thursday, the spell stream is going to be co-opted. We are going to have we're gonna have Mark Seifter on the Knights channel. I think Steven from Roll for Combat is going to be here as well. But yeah, so the Roll for Combat guys are going to be on my show. And I told them, I said, hey, if they come on the show, listen, there's no softballs here, okay? I'm gonna be asking Mark some tough questions. I'm gonna ask him. I'm gonna ask him, was there a problem with spell attack and you didn't want to adjust the DCs? So next Thursday, we're gonna put spells on hold for a hot minute, and we are instead going to grill Mark. Now that being said, I expect everybody to be on their best behavior, and I hope that everybody is respectful of our guests. But I mean, I told Steven when he was setting this up, I said, hey, listen, they're all hot seats. Call it question mark. That is so good. That is so good. Well, we can ask him about my rule of thumb is if somebody tips or super chats, I'm asking the question. So we'll probably get to the questions anyways, but there's probably going to be a lot of them. But if somebody's willing to pay money, I'm going to put it to him. I'm going to say, Mark, this question's coming in, but we got to get some answers. And I'll probably if you're a member of the Patreon, or if you're a adventurer signed up with the YouTube channel, I might let you guys get some pre questions written in advance, so that we can make sure we have at least a good list of questions to ask them. We'll be mean, not cruel. Aw, no, we're gonna have fun. Yeah, tough questions from Derek. That's exactly right. So, oh, absolutely, Needham. Yeah, 100%. The fighter is much more likely to be able to trip someone with his athletics against their reflex DC than a spellcaster is going to be able to trip them with a sonic shockwave. Yeah, just Scared to Death was the best spell in the game. All right, Dimensional Lock is our next spell. So it's an interesting spell. It lasts until the next time you make daily preparations. It's a reasonably large burst. And it attempts, of course, to counteract teleportation effects and planar travel. The advantage it has here is that most teleport spells are going to be lower level. And so the counteract effect ought to basically work even on a failure. Obviously, if somebody's trying to teleport into your hut, your area with a level 8 or 9 teleport, you're in trouble. And it does last all day. Obviously, this is not very useful for this. I hate to say it. This is more of a GM spell. It's mostly to kind of prevent the PCs from just, Yeah, I mean, it could stop demons from dimensioning dooring, and I don't know why they hate the Bag of Holding so much in this edition. I have no idea why it randomly just hits this. But I personally think this is more of a GM spell, so that your big bad evil wizard has teleport cast, has this cast in his lair, and that way the party can't just dimension door or low level teleport in, assuming he's higher level than they are. And because he's an NPC and he's only going to live for 3 or 4 or 5 level rounds, he can use it around. It doesn't travel with you though, Boothby. That's the problem. It's not an emanation. So if you cast it, I mean, it's great if you're staying in the same spot all day. I mean, if you're really fighting a lot of teleporting monsters, respect. I mean, I will give it that. So I think I'll put it in the player side as a C. I think it's okay in that respect. It probably is fine in that respect. 2 actions to essentially make it very difficult for on-level or lower-level teleportation effects, ethereal jaunts, that sort of thing. Although ethereal jaunt is like level 7, so it would, it's a 50-50 chance. The monsters could also just move 35 feet. Yeah, C for situational. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's okay. I mean, it lasts a long time. It's got a big area. I mean, I respect a lot of that, but I really think it's more of a GM spell so that they can't just teleport and skip your dungeon to go fight the bad guy. All right, Divine Decree is our next spell. Again, it's a divine only spell. 2 actions, 40-foot range, 40-foot emanation. What is with these short ranges? It's so weird. You utter... It's also just a weird range. You utter a potent litany from your faith, a mandate that harms those who oppose your ideals. Choose an alignment your deity has. Again, doesn't work if you're neutral, apparently. You can't cast this spell if you have a deity, or if you don't have a deity, it's true neutral. See, this is like one of those things where it's like, Pathfinder's like, oh, you didn't choose a deity, you just chose a, you know, an abstract idea. You could do that. Pathfinder's cool. Like, oh, you wanted to go through, this is only flavor. No, it will actively punish you. You are being punished for having chosen the flavorful deity that you experienced. These are literally spells that you don't get to pick. I don't think they're particularly good, but technically you're being prejudiced against. It does 7d10 damage to creatures in the area. Each creature must attempt a fort save. Creatures with an alignment that matches the one you choose are unaffected by the spell. Those that neither match nor oppose it treat their saving throw as one better. What a weird spell. You're doing a lot of stuff that doesn't affect your allies, and it's half effective. Basically, it's half as effective against neutral people, and the damage isn't even that impressive. But if they fail, they are enfeebled 2 for 1 minute, and I gotta respect that. So that's pretty reasonable. But it's a fort save. So your divine decree, a powerful word from your ideals, a litany of your faith, which should absolutely target will, instead targets fortitude. And the people that you would want to enfeeble probably have a really high fortitude. And plus, you technically need to know the... it spells okay. See. I'm not going to waste any more time with it. It's okay. Man, is level 7 just the level where everything is divine? Look at this. How many divine spells have we had? Sheesh. All right, Divine Vessel. Now, this is a morph, not a polymorph, so you can, you know... for 2 actions, 1 minute, you accept otherworldly energies into your body. You are still recognizable as yourself, but you gain the features of one of your deity's servitors. You choose an alignment your deity has. Guess what? You can't cast this spell if you don't have a deity, or if your deity is true neutral. If you're a medium, you become large. You get 40 temporary hit points. A fly speed equal to your speed. Weakness 10 to the opposite alignment. +1 status bonus to saves. Dark vision, you do 1 extra point of damage, but it is good, or presumably, or lawful. And 1 or more of your unarmed melee attacks, if you chose good or lawful, do 2d8. If you choose chaotic, it's 2d10. Because chaotic is, and if it's evil, they're slashing, and they have agile and finesse. So yes, chaotic and evil are more powerful. The difference here, though, Ann Ryder, is this has the morph, not the polymorph. That means you can cast spells in this form. So that actually is pretty good. So it's not a battle form. It does not have the polymorph trait. It has the morph trait, and the morph trait is different. So this one still allows you to cast spells. So on the one hand, this is great if you're going against like a demon, because you're going to be able to do these extra point of damage, let's say of good damage. On the other hand, you gain weakness 10 to the demons that you're fighting. So that kind of sucks. Still, it's a pretty good War Priest spell. It's definitely not a Cloistered Cleric spell. Definitely a War Priest spell. So on that respect, for a War Priest spell, I think it's a B. Because it's a great spell for a War Priest. It really is. So I'm gonna make a note here. War Priest, War Priest only. This is again, you know, judging it on the basis of what a War Priest wants to do. I think this spell's pretty good. Yes, the way to look at it is 40 temp and fly speed equal to your level, or equal to your speed. Yes. But again, this is really, and +1 status bonus to saves against spells, assuming you don't have heroism cast on you. Again,
I am
you know, I think it's fine. Hey! Henry just renewed his adventurer's license. Thank you, Henry. Appreciate you continuing the support there. Thank you. Yeah. Maybe it's a C. I changed my mind. All right. It's okay. Sorry. A battle cleric wants to smite, and they want to smite everything. Yeah, but what if you're a battle cleric who doesn't have harm? What if you're a battle cleric who doesn't have a good charisma? What if you're a battle cleric who isn't a deity who gets true strike? Then what do you do? Time everybody talks about the war priest, they talk about one exact type of war priest. It's a war priest of Gorum every single time with harm, font, and a bunch of true strikes. Every time I've ever seen a war priest discussed, it's that exact war priest. Needham says, I'd actually give it a B for Cloister Cleric. You pick up an unimportant alignment to mitigate the weakness thing and then just use it as a better fly. Level 7 for fly is pretty brutal. You know, it says it's equal to your speed. Is that your unmodified speed or is that your current speed? I don't know. I could see we'll put it here. It's kind of in between. It's not great. All right. Our next spell is Duplicate Foe. Ooh, we got a lot of text here, people. Which is way better. It's definitely what we used a lot because you can actually stride with it. And you don't fall if you get knocked prone. Here we go. For 3 actions and a range of 30 feet, you target an enemy of level 15 or lower. And you're level 13 when you get this, so correct, Nidam Wolven. So does, I think, Circle of Protection. I think it heightens to an hour. Eon Rider says, I'll skip it for you. Spell is an F. Duplicate only has 70 hit points and sucks if the target makes a save. All right, so let's see what this is. We're doing 3 actions, 30 feet, has to be enemy. It is sustained, so we're using up an action. You create a temporary duplicate of an enemy. They can attempt a fort save to disrupt the spell. The duplicate appears in an unoccupied space adjacent. So you're creating like it's a conjuration. So you're like creating like an alternate universe version of this person. They have the target's attack modifier, AC, saving throw, perception, skill modifiers. Okay. I don't know. 70 hit points isn't horrible. It lacks the target's special abilities. So no immunities, and has no magical items, but it still has weapon potency runes, but not striking runes. It has to be an enemy, by the way, which is sucks. The duplicate gains the minion trait, can only stride and strike, and its strikes deal the normal damage, but don't apply added effects since it doesn't have special abilities. The spell automatically ends. The duplicate is unstable, so each turn, if it takes actions, it loses 46 hit points. So what happens? If you fail, or if it succeeds, it deals half damage, and the duration is only 2 rounds. But that's if they succeed at the save. They still get a crappy creature. Yikes. I don't like the spell. It is a lot. It kind of sucks. I don't. It doesn't even say, unlike a summoning spell, does it even say that it can act the turn that you cast it? Oh, ooh. Huh. The duplicate attacks your enemies to the best of the abilities. You can also try to give it additional instructions when you sustain. You can also command a minion, but the GM determines whether the duplicate follows your command. Weird. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this one. I think it works. I just don't think it's that good. D. Again, I just think summons are just bad at this level of the game. let's see here. Eclipse Burst. All right. We got an Arcane Divine Primal, so everyone but the occult, even though it's a globe of freezing darkness. See, like, I don't get it. A globe of freezing darkness? That to me screams occult. Are summons good at any level of the game? I think they're okay earlier on when you're summoning really basic creatures and you're getting like only like level -2, and you yourself kind of suck, and actions are, you know, your actions aren't even that good. So I think they're okay early on. Eclipse Burst has a 500-foot range. It has a 60-foot burst, and it is a globe of freezing darkness that does 8d10 cold damage to creatures in the area, plus 8d4 additional negative damage. So 8d10 plus 8d4. That is, that's pretty good. Let's take a look at what we got here. So, hold on a second. All right, so we've got 8d10 is 44, and 8d4 is 20. So we're talking about doing 64 damage, which in d6 equivalent is 18d6 equivalent. Fireball at this level is 4, 5, 6, 4 above, 8. So Fireball is only doing 14d6. Cone of Cold is only doing 16d6. So this is doing 18d6. So this is actually pretty good. If the globe overlaps with magical light, it can attempt to counteract it. And if the, wow, okay. It's, you know, 0, half, full, like we would expect. But if they critically fail, they take double, and they're blinded for unlimited duration, and it doesn't have in cap. Minandrea says it seems wrong. All right, let's do it again. We've got 8d10 cold. That's 44 average points of damage. We've got 8d4. That's 20 points of damage. That's 64 points of damage divided by 3.5, which is the average of a d6. That's 18.2 d6 equivalent. That is correct. This is better than Fireball, because Fireball does 6 at level 3. It does 8 at level 4, 10 at level 5, 12 at level 6, and 14 at level 7. And Cone of Cold does 16 at level 7. And so not only is this spell a really good damage spell because, 1, it out-damages everything. 2, it has a range of 500 feet. 3, it has an area of a 60-foot burst. And 4, now granted, that could be a plus or a minus, right? Like, a 60-foot burst means, if you're playing in, you know, a standard Paizo adventure, good luck. That's going to literally cover the map. That could protect. That would, like, if there weren't walls, you would just hit the entire dungeon. I don't think it's better than Chain Lightning, because Chain Lightning can hit just as many targets, but you can basically cherry pick your targets. This is going to have a problem. And it does also have the restriction now. Now, granted, I think cold and electricity, I also think electricity is probably a little bit better of a damage type. But, you know, cold is still pretty good. It doesn't have as many problems as fire does. Although it's like the second worst damage type, right? Like, that being said, yeah, I mean, if you have a creature that's immune to cold and isn't alive, it's really, really nice. But the other thing is, if a creature critically fails, they're blind. They're blind forever. The duration doesn't matter, but they don't get a save, and it's not incapacitation. That doesn't even make sense. We know that blindness has always had incap on it. So, yeah. And it scales one for one. Yeah, so obviously this spell is not good against undead or constructs or whatever. I do think the spell is worse than Chain Lightning because it does suffer in close quarters. Whereas Chain Lightning was an S, this is a strong. Oh boy, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of want to make it S. I really actually do. I think that spell's insane. And look at look who it's available to. Divine gets this. Primal gets this. Arcane gets this. I'm going S. I'm really impressed with this spell. Chain Lightning might have been S+. I'm not sure. Average of 8d10 is 44. Correct, Min Andreas. But it also does an additional 8d4 points of negative damage. So you're doing 8d10 plus 8d4. So you need to take that 44 average damage and add an extra 22 points of damage. Negative plus cold. It does both. Yeah, I'm going to go S. I got to be honest with you. Yeah, Fireball is S. And yeah, I mean, it does have some restrictions. But again, Fireball doesn't, a lot of creatures in the game are immune or resistant to fire. So, we know that. So, let's take a look here. Right. So, oh. There we go. Sorry. That's what I wanted to do. So we can see here at the levels that we're talking about here. Let me scroll out here. There we go. You can see that over the course of the entire game, you have 108 creatures are immune to fire, but only 55 are immune to cold. So, fire has that problem as well. So yeah, insane range. Steven, this is an S, but barely. It's still not slow. I would agree. It's like an S minus, but I would also say that yes, slow is S plus. So slow is actually, remember, higher than S. Slow is S plus, and AOE slow was S plus plus. We made a special tier for just for the AOE version of slow. So we made that version, and then we made that version for slow and for AOE slow. So I like this. Great spell. I'm impressed. All right, moving on. Oh, we did corrosive body. All right, Energy Aegis. We got a 1 minute casting time, and it lasts all day, and you get 5 resistance to everything. And if you heighten it to 9, you get resistance 10, and you can target a creature, and it lasts basically forever. I think this spell's great. This is what I want to see out of these spells. I want to see people using their slots. I don't want to see things lasting 1 minute. 5 resistance to all energy types simultaneously is pretty good. Yeah, you might have an energy resist spell or an energy resist item that gives you resist 10, but this just fills in the gaps. Gives it to you to force, negative, positive. You can't even get a ring of energy resistance negative. You can't get a ring of energy resistance force. I think this spell is really, really great. I think this spell is really, really powerful. I think this is a solid. It's available to all 4 traditions. I think I'm really happy with giving this an A. This does exactly what I want a spell like this to do. This to me is just catch all, generic, lasts all day. You don't have to worry about timing, and just you put it on and it works. It does what you want it to do. And so I'm pretty happy with that. Yep, very cool. Not S tier, but maybe not even, actually maybe not even A tier. Maybe just B tier. Solid B tier. Better than average. 5 damage is not the end of the world though. So, it's a little bit, but it adds up. It really, what it does is it takes like those plus D6 fire, the plus 2d6 fire type damage effects that are on these type of creatures, like when we were looking at the angel form, and the angel form was doing plus 1d6 fire plus 1d6 force. Cool. 1d6 fire, 1d6 force. Those effects, basically, you just ignore them with this type of effect. Anyways. So, yeah. I think it's cool. B. All right. Moving on. Entrancing Eyes. Need on Wolven. Absolutely. There's a lot of spells and class features in the game that lose to the power of capitalism, but you do get to a point at this point in the game where investment slots are a thing. You don't have infinite money, and if someone has invested and they do have a resist 10 ring or something, that's totally fine. I would recommend getting it on something like fire, but it's very unlikely, unless you have infinite money just laying around, that you're going to have a ring versus Sonic. And like I said, they don't even make a ring for negative or positive or force, so you can't even get that through the power of capitalism. So this does fill in those gaps. Yeah, moving on. Entrancing Eyes from the Extinction Curse campaign. 2 actions. It's an arcane spell only with the mental visual enchantment traits. Area is a 30-foot emanation centered on you, and it's sustained for a minute, and you get the googly eyes. Any creature that ends its turn within your emanation has to make a will save. If they critically succeed, they are unaffected, and they become immune to this casting of the spell. If they succeed, they are unaffected this turn. If they fail, they are stupefied 2 and fascinated. We've talked about how the fascination condition really doesn't do a whole lot. If they critically fail until the end of their next turn, they're stupefied 4, which is reasonable, but this is on a critical failure. Fascinated, and they lose reactions. In addition, all creatures and objects other than you are concealed from the target because they only have eyes for you. And that's on a critical failure. Yikes. I'm not really happy about this. During any round, though, and by the way, you're sustaining this, so you're losing an action. It is arcane, so maybe you have your free sustain power, but during any round you sustain the spell, you can use a single action which has the manipulate trait to focus your entrancing eyes on a single creature. They must immediately make a will save, so it's just kind of like a gaze aura. The creature must immediately make a will save against the spell as if it were ending its turn in the emanation, and if it was already fascinated by you before you made it save, it causes it to become paralyzed. Okay, that's a lot better. You can't use this ability to focus on the same creature for more than once in a round, because, well, a creature ends its aura, they become stupefied 2, and it does not have incap Flame Loud. So yeah, I think nobody knows why this has the manipulate trait. But, long story short, you're going to end up with some number of creatures. By the way, any creature that ends its turn within an emanation. So that means that your allies are going to become stupefied 2 and fascinated. And if they critically fail, they won't be able to take reactions. So unfortunately, you do not get to choose who this affects or not. That hurts it in my eyes. 30-foot emanation centered on you. You are likely to be catching a bunch of allies in this, and it's not powerful enough that I feel like the entire party should work around it. Still, that all being said, the fact that it's like, I'm not going to give it an F, but, paralyzed for 1 round, though. Now, granted, to be clear, they have to fail the save. Now, that does make them stupefied 2, which means they are more likely to fail the next save, which is pretty good. So they fail the save. Then on your turn, you have to spend 1 action to sustain. I get it. I know you might have your free sustain, but that not everybody has that feat. Believe it or not, not everybody takes that fucking feat. 2, because if they did, then what are we? Everyone who says, well, they have that feat. Well, then why are you always talking about Pathfinder 2 being great for choices if there's a feat that everybody has to take? Anyways, sorry, just getting upset about that. I think in a certain situation, this spell could be bonkers, right? But I think the friendly fire is a problem.
$10. Watching these spell streams has turned us into old men, filled with regret, waiting to die alone. Then again, the last part was a given since this is Pathfinder.
Thank you, Jason B, for the $10 tip. Yeah, this spell is weird. No in-cap paralyze. I'm going to give it C. You have to jump through some hoops, but it could be very powerful. Paralyze is rough. It's worth it. It's worth it. I think that's pretty good. Needon Wolven with the quote of the stream. Pathfinder 2 is great for choices. You get to choose whether to pick slow or not. All right, Ethereal Jaunt is our next spell. You travel to the ethereal plane, which overlaps the material plane. The material plane creatures can't see you, and you can move through things on the material plane. You can move half your speed, but you can move in any direction. You can see it's gray and hazy, and you cannot affect it at all, the material plane that is. But you can be affected by force and abjuration effects that originate from the material plane, of course. Somehow, magic missiles can affect you, but you can't affect them with magic missiles. When the spell ends, you return to the material plane, and if you're in the air, you fall, and if you're inside an object, you get pushed away. Yeah, I mean, it's a cool spell. You get to pass to the weird spirit realm, basically. And you can walk through walls, and you can move through enemies. You can basically go wherever you want in a minute. You're sustaining it, so you have 2 actions each turn. Let's say your speed is 40. You're moving at half speed. You can move 40 feet each round. So you could cover something like 360 feet. Lance Quagmire says, get out of Tarask's stomach-free acid card. This is true. I was grappled or swallowed whole by a Tarask. I was unlikely to make the escape check. So instead, my fighter, who naturally had free archetype sorcerer, used his ethereal jaunt spell in order to... Lance Quagmire's monk, who was a free archetype cult sorcerer, used ethereal jaunt to phase out of their Tarask's stomach. Oh, Bard. Okay, Lance Quagmire was a monk Bard. Sorry. Bard. And he used ethereal jaunt to phase out from the Tarask's stomach. So that was pretty cool. Anyways. The spell's okay. C. Flame Loud, you actually get up to level 8 spells. Basic spellcasting gets you a level 1, 2, and 3 spell. Expert spellcasting gets you a level 4, 5, and 6 spell. And Master spellcasting gets you a level 7 and level 8 spell. At the end of the game. 20, we're talking. All right. Somebody mentioned Fiery Body earlier when we were talking about the acidic form. The Corrosive Body. So this is the equivalent. Now this does have the polymorph trait, but not the battle form trait. Note. Okay, you become Living Flame. You get fire immunity, resistance 10 to precision damage, and weakness 5 to cold and water. Any creature that touches you takes 3d6 fire. You could produce flame at will, but it's only 1 action. That's kind of cool. And your fire spells deal 1 additional die of damage. That's kind of cool. And you have 40 feet, and you don't need to breathe. Pretty cool. Ironically, Fiery Body is a great option when you're underwater or if you're in a vacuum. So, immunity to fire is great. Straight up. Love it. Resistance 10 to precision damage. not so great. But you basically turn into the Human Torch, right? You can fly around. You're immune to fire. Your fire spells do more damage. You can do produce flame as a 1-action spell. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. I like this spell a lot. I like this spell like I like Corrosive Body. These are fun spells. I think they're fun. Maybe they're not the most powerful thing, but I think they're a lot of fun, and you're gonna enjoy the change in the play experience that this gives you. Being a druid or a wizard and becoming this, basically Human Torch, flying around with a flaming body, having people hit you, taking extra damage, doing extra flames, being able to throw off a bunch of produce flames with single actions. I think that's pretty cool. Produce Flame is a cantrip, Michael G, and so it automatically heightens to your maximum spell level. Steven says, 100% agree with the change of player experience. That is missing in a lot of spells, in my opinion. And I agree, Steven. I think that's really what especially as I get higher in level, I'm like, I've been doing this for a while. This is, you could almost say the same thing with a lot of especially with some of the martial character builds as well. And you're like, okay, at the beginning of the game, at level 1, I took dual slash, and I've been dual slashing, and I have been dual slashing since level 1, and I've got level 5, level 6, and can't do it. Matthew, you cannot. And the reason why you cannot have Fiery Body and Corrosive Body at once is because they have the polymorph trait. A person can only have one spell or effect on them with the polymorph trait at once, harmful or negative, by the way. You can only have one polymorph on you. If someone tries to cast a polymorph spell on you, whether it's a buff or a debuff, and you are already under the effect of a polymorph spell, they actually have to make a counteract check. If they fail, the existing polymorph effect stays in effect. If they succeed, the old polymorph effect goes away. The new polymorph effect takes effect. So technically, you could use Fiery Body to break free of like a baleful polymorph. Anyways, fun spell, and I like that it changes it up. Needham says, the topic came up on the Discord today. By the way, if you're not a member of our Patreon and you want to know why all these people are talking about all these awesome conversations that we're having, it's because they are members of the Knights of Last Call Patreon. And we have a lot of really cool options for people who are members of our Patreon. We have bonus videos. We have community-run games. We have an entire Foundry server dedicated to running Pathfinder 2. We have an entire multiplayer online massive Pathfinder 2 persistent world game called Northern Reaches. We also have the largest Patreon, Pathfinder 2 Patreon, base Patreon in existence. And while we do talk about a lot of other games in there, a lot of Root, a lot of Fate, a lot of Call of Cthulhu, there's a lot of Pathfinder 2 in there as well. And I would encourage you, if you're interested in Pathfinder 2, to join. If you're playing Pathfinder 2, and you want to learn about other games, which I really encourage, by the way, because I think not only is learning other games a good idea, and I think they're fun, and I think you should play them, but I also think learning other games systems is going to make your Pathfinder 2 game better. Even if you play, I just hit 7th Sea or something. I was just going to pull a book out. Even if you play 7th Sea and you say, yeah, this game's not for me, I promise you that you are going to be a better Pathfinder 2 GM. Even if you don't really want to keep playing 7th Sea, I think playing more RPG systems is the single best way to become a better game master. There is nothing better than it. There's nothing better than that. I would rather play with someone who's been GMing for 2 or 3 years, but has run 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 different systems than a GM who's been running for 10 or 15 years and has only played, Pathfinder or 5th edition or something. Anyways, so it's a great opportunity to learn. There's a link down below, patreon.com/Knights of Last Call. I really recommend joining, not just because I'm not just a, what is it? What's that guy used to say? The hair club for men. I'm not just the president. I'm a client. So again, a lot of fun and great group of people, and really would love to see you join there. So check us out. And if you already subscribed, you've liked, right? Why haven't you joined the Patreon? You're halfway there. Just take the rest of the step. All right, here we go. Finger of Death. It's got the death effect. That means if it reduces you to 0 hit points, it dies instantly. Good thing that Finger of Death, if it reduces you to 0 hit points, you die instantly. Why have the trait system if you're just going to reprint the text anyways? I don't understand this. Death. An effect with the death effect kills you immediately if it reduces to 0 hit points. Finger of Death. If the damage from Finger of Death reduces to 0 hit point, the target dies instantly. What the hell are we doing? Okay. It's a basic fortitude save, so you're going to do 70, 140, or 35, or 0. It's 30-foot range. Joke. It's divine and primal. It's paid by the word count, son. Right. Like, think about how many spells that we have been like, I hate to say it, but we've been kind of fucked over because there was some obscure trait and no one quite understood how it meant. And we're like, why wouldn't they just put this in the text? And they're like, well, that's because they have the trait. But then with Finger of Death, they have it, but then they put it in there. It doesn't even make sense. So short range. And I know that we've been talking about 30-foot range for a long time, but again, at high level, this is not even a joke. Like, this range is almost is a joke, basically. But 70 damage is a lot of damage. It's cannot divide by 0. Okay, what is going on here? Oh, there we go. It's 20d6 equivalent, which is pretty good. If you target this against a creature with low fort save, a caster type, you have a reasonable chance of getting 70 and possibly popping them for 140. I respect that. I think that's I think that's a good amount of damage. Is it super impressive? No, I don't think it's a B. The low range does hamper it somewhat, but I think you're absolutely fine to just cast this spell. Force Cage, which used to be the reflex save or die. Hey, Lug, how's it going? Long time no see, buddy. Is it though? Kevin, is it? Why is that a good GM spell? Most people, like, we've come a long way to try to get away from people just, killing people instantly. And so then this spell, yeah, exactly. 7. Steven got it right. It is a gotcha, Steven. It's 100% a gotcha. And you're like, hey, that whole part of the game where if you do die, like there's this interesting dying part, we'll just skip that and haha, you're dead. But I have Breath of Life. Yeah, Breath of Life doesn't work against death effects. So it's kind of a gotcha. I feel like it is a gotcha. Obviously if you want to, I don't want to get distracted because we're doing good work here. I always miss your silly comments, Lug. Let's see. All right, Force Cage. So anyways, this used to be the reflex save or die. Not that it actually killed you, but it basically took you out of the fight. Save or sink. It's 3 actions, 30-foot range, reflex save, 1 cube, 20 feet on each side, sustained. All right. You create an immobile, invisible prison of force. It's a 20-foot cube that extended to the ethereal plane. It has to make a reflex save. If it fails, it's trapped inside. If it succeeds, it's outside of the cage. It has hardness 20, 40 hit points, and is immune to critical hits and precision damage. That's probably good enough to hold most things, at least at this level of the game. A tiny creature can leave through it. So, yeah, it's immune to counteracting effects because it's like a wall of force, but it is automatically destroyed by a disintegrate. I mean, this is a pretty good spell. Spells and breath weapons can pass through the cage uninhibited. Attacks with a weapon too large to fit between the bars can't pass through the bars, and the bars provide standard cover against even attacks that could pass through the gaps. I mean, you land this on a creature with a bad reflex save, they are kind of potentially taken out of the fight. Pretty good. And, yeah. I mean, that's pretty good to me. 20-foot cube is going to be big enough for you to grab a huge up to a gargantuan creature. If it saves, you still technically have the barrier. Yeah, your wizard or your bard or whoever is giving up an action each round to sustain this, but you've taken out a creature, does not have incapacitation. So you can lock off a big bad bruiser in there with a bad reflex save, and a lot of creatures' reflex saves do fall off at this higher level, as they tend to focus on extreme fortitude and extreme will. Reflex tends to not get as high. And you could just blast it with spells and AoE of type effects. And I think that's really powerful. Right, you could also cast it on yourself. That's true. Interestingly, though, Boothby, listen to this. Each creature in the area where you create the cage must attempt a reflex save. So technically, if you tried to cast this on your party, which is like protect yourself from like a rampaging horde of demons, and that way like their melee attacks, you know, almost like the Avengers Infinity War with when they're at Wakanda and there's the big energy platform and the Ravager monsters are attacking, and you're like, okay, I'm going to surround us with a force cage and we'll use our spells and we'll use our ranged weapons which can fit between the gaps, and but we can't technically when you cast it. You have to make a reflex save. You're like, stay here or we'll die, and then like everybody in the party jumps out of it anyways, because for some odd reason they have to attempt a reflex save according to the rules of the game, which is very strange. But we'll ignore that for a second. I think this spell's pretty good, and I'm going to give it a B. Better than your average spell. All right, moving on. Frigid Flurry. By the way, if you're just joining us, I do want to make a quick announcement. Again, I not mentioned this earlier. Next Thursday, we are going to have the RFC guys here on Knights of Last Call. That's Roll for Combat. That's your Battle Zoo Bestiary. That's the new Eldamon Kickstarter, which kicks off at the end of the month. That is the Dragon's Ancestry book. That is, of course, Stephen and Mark. Mark Seifter, formerly of Paizo, now working for RFC, one of the lead designers for Pathfinder 2, is going to be on our channel in the hot seat to answer your questions and my questions. And he's not going to get a free pass. We're going to make sure that we get some answers to some of our questions and really see what he thinks. So it should be a lot of fun, and that's going to be next Thursday. So definitely tune in for that. If you're watching this on the VOD, just remember that's going to be July 14th at 7 p.m. Eastern. So come in, join, ask your questions, chat with us, and see what Mark thinks. Question: why? I thought it'd be fun. You know, I've been on their show a bunch, and I thought it'd be fun to have them onto our show. And also, our shows have been lagging in attendance. You precious few psychos who are still here, have dropped off. So, that was your question for them. Just why? Oh, okay, I got it. All right. Yeah, that's a great question. Greetings, Derek. I'm ready to defend my precious Shadow Raid to the death. All right, well, we're not there yet. We're going to try to get there. Frigid Flurry. All right, so here's what we're talking about. 2 actions, line up to 120 feet. Better. There's no 30-foot line shit. 120-foot line. Cool. Yes. That's actually going to be able to hit multiple huge and gargantuan creatures. That's what we need. We got some cool flavor text here that somehow needs to be in there in the first line. You place a palm to your lips and exhale a cold breath, whipping up a gust of wind that freezes the air's moisture. Yada, yada. All right. We're doing 96 plus 96. That's 18d6. That's great. That's good damage. Better than our Cone of Cold, better than our Fire, that's like on the Eclipse burst level. Not as big of an area. Eclipse burst was 60-foot burst at 500 feet, but this is a 120-foot line. And look at this. To all foes with a basic reflex save. But the gust flows harmlessly around your allies. The wind then picks you up and carries you to the other end of the area, though your movement within the gust can still trigger reactions. The storm of ice crystals prevents you from being affected by any effects, except for those that would counteract the spell's magic or that the GM's effect would affect snow. All right, well, that last part's really weird. What if I don't want to go to the... what if I don't want to move to the other side of the line? But it does say up to 120 feet, by the way. Although, again, because it's also a movement spell. Is getting hit by a strike an effect? That is really a good question. Because it says, although your movement within the gust can trigger reactions, the storm of ice crystals prevents you from being affected by any effects. My thought process here is, if someone like a barbarian had like no escape would still trigger, and they could still make a move action to try to keep pace with you as you move by. But you are immune. You are prevented from being affected by any effects. I would say that yes, being attacked by attack of opportunity specifically, or stand still, or any of the other AOO type of reactions is an effect, and that you are being affected by. I would say that you are immune to those attacks of opportunity. But if somebody had like a ready to action to say, oh, if this person moves to the other side of the battlefield, I'm going to move that way. Yeah, I mean, you could also rule that the AOO would trigger, but you couldn't actually affect them with it. So what do we got here? Good damage, good line, good distance. Doesn't affect your allies. Variable distance. You could move up to 120 feet without triggering, basically while being immune. Unless the GM would rule that it would counteract the magic and would be snow. Yeah, I think I don't know, London. It says any effects. Any effects. I think that I think you're immune completely. That's how I would rule it. I think this spell's great. I think this spell's an A tier spell. Solid damage. Fun. You're turning into ice and swarming across the battlefield, doing a bunch of damage, leaving your allies unscathed, appearing on the other side of the battlefield, and you still have an action left. That's awesome. That's awesome. You could totally use this to cross collapse and crime. I believe, yeah, it's just a line. It doesn't say it has to be along a straight line, along the ground. I think that spell's great. Surely PF2 defines somewhere what an effect is. Someone said that the search on Archives of Nethys works now. Apparently not. Anyways, I like the spell. Very good. All right. Wait a second. Is this a real spell? Inexhaustible cynicism. I mean, what? I mean, obviously, I mean, this is a... I mean, this spell is... All right, there we go. That's our spell. I guess we found out what happened to Smith. What happened to Smith. This is the KOLC spell right here. Yeah, so here we go. Effect. There are rules for effect. Many spells, magic items, feats create effects. You will be affected by effects. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. Anything you do in the game has an effect. That's what it says. All right. Inexhaustible cynicism. Here we go. It's an emotion, enchantment, mental effect. It's from Secrets of Magic. Again, only 30 feet. 2 actions. Target up to 5 creatures. Saving throw will. Oh, would you say it's the William Brandis saving throw? You inflict your targets with a crushing doubt about everyone and everything around them. Right. So far, this is definitely the TTRPG social media community. I feel seen. For the duration, each target is unwilling to receive any effects that require a willing target in case the effect was secretly an attack. Okay. Refuse to ingest anything. Okay. Doesn't treat anyone as an ally, naturally, and doesn't believe anything it's told. It doesn't even fully trust its ability to recall knowledge, as it becomes convinced it's most likely remembered false information. Finally, they take 6d6 mental damage at the end of each of its turn with no save, unless it's spent at least one action that turn seeking or otherwise interacting with its surrounding in an attempt to disbelieve the illusions that it feels are obviously surrounding it. This is definitely paranoia, not cynicism. 100% agree with this. But it is AoE. And if they fail, everybody's affected by a round. Or sorry, if they succeed, they're still affected for a round. If they fail, they're affected by for 1 minute. So what are we really getting here? Well, it's not sustained, which is nice. So if you get a minute, you're going to be taking up to 66 damage a round. Unless there's burning actions, which is fine. Right? That's absolutely fine. Burning an action to seek is effectively equivalent to being slowed. Obviously, giving your opponent's choices is a bad thing. I've talked about this before. If I told you were slowed, but you didn't have to be slowed, all you had to do was take 6d6 points of damage, I think you would do that pretty much without question, unless it was going to be the damage that was going to drop you unconscious. And that's, by the way, why giving people options is always a bad thing, because they can make the choice that is best for them and worst for you. Being unwilling to receive a willing target, that's not really going to affect enemies that much. I mean, that's more of a PC affecting thing. Being unable to ingest anything is rarely going to come up. Most people aren't using potions anymore. Doesn't treat anyone as an ally is fine. It doesn't believe anything it's told. I don't know. The spell seems okay. It's not great. Yes, we're being very cynical about this spell. I'm actually kind of cynical about this spell. Also, the fact that it's paranoia, not cynical. Yeah, and Ryder, most of the time, though, they're going to take the damage. They're just going to take the damage. So think of it as taking 6d6 points of damage. So they'd have to be affected by this for 3 rounds for us to get to 18d6, which is kind of the level that we've been talking about today. So 3 rounds, 18d6, multiple targets, AoE. But remember, Eclipse Burst is a 60-foot burst. Frigid Flurry is a 120-foot line, and it does it all at once. I'd rather do 18d6 at once than 66 3 times. Yeah, I think it's just a C. I don't think it's anything better than that. I'd even say it's like a C-. It's on the verge of being a little bad. The range also gets to it. All right. Our next spell is the Lang Sting. This is from the Age of Agents of Edgewatch Adventure Path. You think it's better than C? Oh, Aeon Rider, I normally agree with you. I think you're wrong there. I don't think it's that good. All right. I'll go to the poll. We're not going to finish today anyway, so might as well go to the poll. All right. What's it called? Inexhaustible cynicism. All right. Ask of the community. There we go. Depends, Don Pokey Life. Most of the time in Pathfinder 2, most people are only fighting 1, 2, maybe 3 enemies at once. It's very rare in my experience that APs actually use mass hordes of enemies. I like to use mass hordes of enemies, but part of the problem is that mass hordes of enemies slow the game down an incredible amount in Pathfinder 2. They all still get 3 actions. They all still get 1 reaction. The character, there are no minion rules. The character, all the monsters are still fairly complicated. I think it's very difficult to run more than 4 or 5 monsters. I mean, it's not difficult per se, but it really slows the game down, even on a VTT. You'd push it down for the flavor fail. CJ Pan says C for cynicism. So we'll let that run there. All right. While that runs, we're going to talk about Leng's Sting. This is another one of our poison damage spells. Except the poison has incapacitation. So it sucks. You do 2d6 damage at touch range at level 13. Yikes. If they succeed, they take 2d6 poison damage. So if they succeed, they take, on a fort save, they take 4d6 damage. If they fail, they are affected with spider venom at stage 1, which is 2d6 points of poison damage, but the poison has incapacitation. Why does this poison have incapacitation? That's horrible. Yeah, I want to use the real slow acting damage over time spell on a monster that's lower level than me. Yeah. D. Maybe F. Yeah, I'm going to F this spell. All right, here we go. And in the poll. We got, all right, well, C wins, but just barely. So I'm going to go C+. I'm going to go C+ on Inexhaustible Cynicism. I still think it's, again, C means you play it, right? But, yeah, because stage 3 gives confused, I guess. That must be why. As if they're going to get there. Ugh, yeah. I mean, these spells were already sus at best because it's touch and it's fort and it does so minimal amount of damage and yada yada. But the fact that the venom actually has incapacitation is a joke. So F on Length Strike. All right, not Mordenkainen's Magnificent Mansion. Nothing says you're high level like being able to conjure your own extra dimensional demiplane. Or you could also control sand. Thank you, Luke. That's good to know. I'm gonna F this. I'm gonna F this spell. It's uncommon because they don't want you. I mean, if there's ever a moment where it's like Cribs with MTV Cribs, you're like, welcome to my house, welcome to my magnificent mansion. All right, well, what do we get in 1 minute? Boom, you get a magnificent mansion that lasts until the next day you make daily preparations, which means, of course, you don't have to burn that slot, and then you are going to have it forever. You conjure an extra-dimensional demiplane where you have a spacious dwelling with a single entrance. The entrance connects to the plane where you cast the spell, appearing as a shimmering vertical rectangle, and you get to designate who can enter or exit. So, cool. Once inside, you can shut the entrance, and it becomes invisible. Yay! You and the creatures you designated can open the door at will. Yay! Inside, magnificent foyer, numerous opulent chambers. The mansion can have any floor plan you imagine as you cast the spell, provided it fits within 40 by 40 by 30. When the entrance is closed, everything fails to penetrate it, and plane shifts, except for plane shift, which can be used to enter the mansion. Respect. And they can't use scrying on you unless it's capable of crossing the planes. A staff of up to 24 servants attends to anyone in the mansion. These are like the servants created by the unseen servant, though they're visible with an appearance chosen as you determine during your casting. All right. It's also stocked with enough food for a 9-course banquet for 150 people. Think about what it says about our game. That spell is the same spell It's the same level as a spell where you could control sand, or you could turn like into icicle for 4 seconds. William Brandis says this is the wizard flex spell. It is arcane and occult. Bards can do this too. And Ryder gets it right. I am actually making this spell S+++. Why? This is why. This is why you play the game. You get this, and then you go, I'm good. I'm out. I'm done. I could literally create my own roving, magnificent mansion wherever I travel. I can keep it. It's an invisible house that just travels with me. I am a master of the universe. Like, if you're not playing a wizard to cast this spell, what are you doing with your life? What are you doing with your life? This is the ultimate wizard flex spell. This is great. Nothing says you're high-level TTRPG when you can do what most of us can't in real life, own a house. It's the ultimate Airbnb. It's a wand S++. No, CJ Pan. I'm not putting this in a wand. I would never allow myself to have that. I want this just to come from my mind, and then I'm down a level 7 spell slot for the rest of my life. I don't want someone to be able to take that away from me. Okay? They can take my wand. They can't take my magnificent mansion from me. Yeah. I mean, this spell's great. This is a high level spell. You know, in D&D's past, this spell has been around for a long time, since the beginning of the game. Being a 13th level caster was like unthinkable. And we're over here arguing about 12d6 damage, and this spell is literally conjuring entire proto matter in different planes with extraplanar invisible portals with opulent chambers and staff of dozens of staffs and 150 course 9-course banquet. What are we doing? This spell is awesome. And Pathfinder 2 didn't fuck it up. Like, all right, real talk, the spell is like A. But the fact that they didn't fuck this spell up, I give it an S++. Also, Steven, I'm going to lay hands on Steven there. This is why balance is only considered in combat, and fuck the actual power it would require. That's right. Again, we're talking about a spell that, that probably shouldn't even be a spell slot, but it is what it is. Take my love, take my land, take me where I cannot cast. I don't care, I'm still free. You can't take my mansion from me. Take me out to the abyss. Tell 'em I ain't coming back. Fireball the land and boil the sea. You can't take my mansion from me. All right, that was awesome. Good call. Should have been a ritual. Agreed. Or a skill feat. All right, Magnificent Mansions, awesome. Mask of Terror is next. I like that one too, Boothby. That's pretty good. All right. I know it's 9 o'clock, but I kind of want to get these fucking done. So I'm sorry if you have to dip out. We could have 0 people watching. I'm going to just, we've got maybe 15 left. So we might kind of go into lightning round here, but we're going to get these done. All right. Mask of Terror is our next spell. It's got all the traits that you'd love to see in the game, indicating that this spell will be useless against 95% of the creatures in the game. It's emotion, fear, illusion, mental, visual. Okay. Damn it, Luke, don't say stuff like that. Yes, because if the spell's only freaking purpose is to do damage, if it doesn't even do as much damage as another spell, then it's useless. It's stupid. Nothing else in the game makes free house go night, each night go burr. That's why, okay? That's why. Because, yeah, that's why. Okay, anyways, sorry. I'm not actually mad at you, Luke. I'm just saying, like, Yeah, damage spells could be, if there was a different spell, Lug, okay, called Magnificent Tower, and it created like a single room that could only fit 2 people and only had crappy food, and it was the same level as Magnificent Mansion, we would say, yeah, one of these spells is bad, just take Magnificent Mansion, because why would you want a shitty tower when you could have a Magnificent Mansion? Well, that's the same thing true with damage spells. All right. 30 feet, because we hate range in this game. You know, actually, I might have to take back what I was saying before about range in Pathfinder 2, because apparently they just do not want you to ever be more than 40, 30 feet away from people. You appear horrifying. It's unique to each observer. When any creature attempts a hostile action against the target, the creature must make a will save, and then it's immune until the end of its next turn. If they succeed at the will save, they're unaffected. If they fail, they're frightened 2 before using its action. If they critically fail, they become frightened 2, and its action fails, and it's wasted. So, this is interesting. This is a fear spell, but you target it on an ally, and when anybody tries to interact with that person, then they might become frightened 2. Now, fear, of course, if they succeed, they're still frightened 1. The critically fail, wasting their action, is nice. This is like offensive sanctuary. If you go up 1 level, you could target 5 people. But is this better than just AoE fear? I don't think it is. I guess you get multiple shots at it because they're only immune until the end of their turn. So if they pass the first will save, they're unaffected. But then the next round, if they attempt a hostile action, they might become frightened 2 again. But they're also becoming frightened 2 on their turn, which means they're always going to be frightened 1 at the end of their turn. So it's never really actually going to be frightened 2 for purposes of you being able to benefit from that. I think this spell is just worse than the level 3 fear. I think. Level 3 fear is going to target 10 creatures. Every one of them is going to make a will save. If they succeed, they're going to be feared 1. If they fail, they're going to be feared 2. If they critically fail, they're going to be frightened 3, fleeing. So the success conditions are better. And fear lets you give them the fear and then have your allies benefit from those debuffs, whereas this only affects them on your turn. And also, like, what if they just don't attack the person that you cast Mask of Terror on? Yeah, I think this spell's bad, guys. I actually don't think this spell's good at all. I think I would almost rather cast AoE Fear every single time. Yeah. Well, Steven, if they critically fail your Fear spell, then they're fleeing, so they waste their entire turn. So am I undervaluing the 1 minute duration? Yes, I am, because it's not a 1 minute duration. It's a 3 to 4 round duration. Again, maybe the level 8 one's a little bit better, but because I get to control that. Yeah, crit fail and fear is 2 wasted turns because they have to flee away and then they have to run back. I think I don't think this spell's very good. I really don't. I don't think it's horrible. Like I don't think it's like a D. Again, the enemy could just not take a hostile action against your Mask of Terror and avoid it. Yeah. And Heightened Fear is level 3. Yeah, I'm not gonna give it a D. I think the spell's fine. I'm gonna give it a C, but I would just encourage you just to take fear. All right, Maze of Locked Doors is next. Boy, uncommon, conjuration, extra dimensional, incapacitation, teleportation. Yikes. And it's sustained. All right, we got all the great spells here. It's probably a really bad maze spell would be what I'm guessing this is. All right, this spell gets an F because it makes you interact with the stupid fucking doors and locks and thievery checks. All right, so this is like a really bad maze. They just wanted... why is this spell here? They get drawn into a long hallway, blocked. Well, by the way, it says it's a maze. It's a twisting... Okay, it's a twisting hallway. Blocked at 30-foot intervals with high-grade dark wood doors. Hardness 20, hit points 80, break threshold 40, athletics DC 30. Secured with average locks, DC 25 thievery, 4 successful checks. A creature trapped within this hallway can escape only when the spell expires, which is sustained, or when they successfully pass through the number of doors as determined by their save, which is will-based, or by breaking through the doors or picking the locks. Teleportation effects of 6th level and or lower are automatically suppressed within the hallway, and higher level effects require them to counteract. If they succeed at the initial will save, they are trapped for 1 round or until it bypasses 1 door. So you're spending 2 actions. They pass the save. They're basically gone for a round or until they bypass 1 door. If they fail, they are trapped for 1 minute or until it bypasses 2 doors. Yeah, I mean, it's got incapacitation. That's the only thing that kind of sucks about this spell. I think this spell is fine. I actually think this spell is actually pretty decent. I think this spell would be like a B. But I think having incapacitation makes it go down to C. Most creatures are going to have some form or ability to, I don't know, to break through the door. I mean, I guess the worst case scenario would be you target like a mage. But they have a good will save. So they're likely to succeed. And again, it does have incapacitation, so you can't use this on a higher level person anyways. I don't know. I'm like, wouldn't I just rather just cast Force Cage? And then I could still like attack them and they're still just totally trapped. But you know, your nimble type character is going to be able to pick it out. Your strong character is going to be able to break through, but it's going to eat up time. It's going to eat up actions. The main problem with this spell, I think the spell would be totally like fine at a B. I could even maybe argue a low A, but it's incapacitation and that's going to limit what it can do. So yeah. And also, I mean, come on, let's be also particularly clear, you know, yeah, it's okay. I agree with, Don Pokey. It's okay, but it's not particularly strong as a single target incap spell. This spell isn't as good as Maze, which does not have incap. Now, to be fair, Maze is level 8. This is level 7. So, like I said, this is like shit Maze Junior. Right. This is 1 round on a success at most. Or if they pass the athletics, or they pick the lock, or they destroy the door. Exactly, Nidam. There's like 5 different ways that they can pass this spell. Okay. So, but, you know, I'm going to put it D. I'm sorry. I think having all those different ways that you can interact with it and that it's sustained duration and that it's incapacitation, you know, I think that just seals the deal for me. I don't think you're really going to cast the spell. Sorry. All right, Moonburst, which is the moon version of Sunburst. Flame Loud, we are going to just push on through. We've got about, let me see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We got about 14 or 15 spells left. Oh, that's true, Boothby, right? You're giving them all sorts of choices. What's best for you? What's worse for me? And that's always not good. Moonburst is the opposite of Eclipse Burst. It is 500 feet, 60-foot burst, reflex. A chilling globe of moonlight, 8d10 damage plus 8d10 positive damage to undead. Its cold damage is silver for purposes of resistance and the like, and still blinds them forever. And it tries to magically counteract any darkness effect. So there you go. This is great. It's also even more damage than Eclipse Burst. Okay? Eclipse Burst was 8d10 and 8d4. This is just straight up 16d10. That is 88 damage divided by 3.5. That is 25d6 equivalent. Yes, I get it. It's only against undead. That is a given. But what a tremendously powerful spell against undead. And the fact that it only the fact that it's basically only really actually good against undead or anything that would take positive damage. Oh, I guess it's positive damage only undead. But to get that kind of upgrade to be 25d6 equivalent, like, okay, like I'm willing to accept that trade-off. I'm doing 7 or 8 more d6 equivalent because I'm targeting only undead. I think that spell is still amazing. It's divine, it's primal. Those are, that's who I think should have the spell. I mean, with the caveat that it is only good against undead, right? That is an important caveat. I can't deny that caveat that it's only good against undead. But, why is that undead? There we go. I still think that, this is not S, because of that caveat. But it is a very strong A. It's a very strong A. If it was against everybody, yeah, it might be S++. That'd be like one of the top tier damage spells in the game. This is a beautiful spell, great range, great burst. This spell is it's that dream of you're fighting the big horde of undead and you just unleash this massive burst and boy, you just let it rip. And Darth, you're exactly right. This is where in the game I always stress to GMs and to players, use your spells, use your skills to learn what is going to be ahead of you, what you're going to be facing, because that is the strength of the wizard, the cleric, the druid, of these prepared casters over their spontaneous casting brethren, is that they can go ahead and change their loadout each day depending on the exact encounters that they're supposed to be fighting. This is a good thing. This is what the game is supposed to do. And if you are denying those prepared casters that ability to custom select their spells to kind of basically be custom fit for that type of adventure, then that's when you're in trouble. Not to go off on a little bit of a tangent, but this is one of the reasons why I always have loved my sort of dungeon-based, mega dungeon-based, sandbox-style games where I don't have any sort of motive. It's just whatever the players want to do. I love that because the players, they go, hey, level 5 of the dungeon is the crypts of the old empire. We found that dungeon level. We know that everything on that dungeon level is undead. We'll go back to it later, and then when we do go back to it, everybody will have positive energy weapons, disrupting weapons, moonburst spells. Like, we'll prepare ourselves to be badasses just for that level and really kick ass and take names and feel like we actually were able to prepare and strategize and succeed because of that. So anyways, very important. Okay. Moonburst. Wow. Good spell. All right. Plane shift. This is another interesting one. It's kind of like how we rated teleport. Look, this spell either does everything or nothing. It's kind of a weird spell. I'm going to put it in S tier because this is high level D&D gonzo traveling the planes. For starters, you can finally actually travel with people who are, your party members, up to 8 willing targets. It's weird how sometimes teleport's like 4 people, but plane shift is like 8 people. I mean, you're playing the game and, you're like riding through the countryside and you're going up into the, look at Rise of the Rune Lords. And the knights there, right? They're traveling around and they're in they're on the Lost Coast and they're fighting ghouls, and then they're in the Magnamar and they beat the Lamia, and then they're on a riverboat, and then they're up into the middle of the kind of the boony docks of Varesia, and they're fighting some giants up in the mountains, and it's, big hill giants and whatever. And then they return back to town, and suddenly they can travel the barriers between worlds. And you're like, wait a second, what? Wait. We got here on a rowboat. We walked to the dungeon up the mountain. We almost died, and now I can travel the planes of existence. I can go to, yeah, absolutely you can. Anyways, point is, this really changes the nature of the game. I put it at S tier. This is not a spell that you're just going to have prepared. But if that is something important to you and your game, this is going to just take your game in a very different direction. And, this is one of those spells that I understand why it's uncommon. Because if you don't want this planar level of play to be part of your game, Flamela, never a wand. No. This is like a big deal. This is like, do you want your campaign and game to travel to and really fundamentally just change up the nature of your game? I put it S tier because the power level of this is off the charts. The flavor is extremely cool. But again, I think that it is kind of a weird spell to rate, but it's good. I mean, it's fun. It does what it needs to do. All right, possession. This is occult only. Brothleth says, I also think it's GMS. I'll agree with that, Brothleth. I'll actually bring it over there as well. That's a good point. I actually completely agree with that. I also completely agree with Steven. If you have a wand of plane shift, your campaign is either awesome or shitty. All right, possession is up next. Now, we've got uncommon because it's, able to control people. In cap because naturally. Mental, necromancy, possession. 30-foot range, occult only, 1 minute duration. Living creature only. So we've got some pretty reasonable restrictions here, but they have to make a will save. And you can choose to use the effect of a degree of success more favorable to the target if you prefer. So if you don't want to completely take them over, you don't have to, which is interesting. While you are possessing a target, so this is in the old edition of the game, this would be called Magic Jar-ish, kind of. But your body falls unconscious, and you send your spirit into the other person. If the possessed body dies, the spell ends, and you must make a fort save, or you are paralyzed for 1 hour, or 24 hours on a critical failure. If the spell ends during an encounter, you act just before the possessed creature's initiative count. What a weird thing here. 1 minute duration really kills possession's usefulness. Completely agree. It turns it into a combat spell. It's very much like that guy from the second Hellboy movie, the weird doctor guy who could wore the suit and he could spend his spirit out. Don't forget that half of its rules are in the possession trait. Good to note. Look at this. Wow. A lot of abilities here. You use their attack roll, their AC, all their saves, mental skills, spell attack roll, spell DCs, benefits of invested items. A possessor gains no benefit. Whenever the target takes damage, this is important. Whenever the target takes damage, the possessor takes half that amount of damage as mental damage. Important to note. So you could still just die while you're doing that. If you succeed, you possess the target, but you can't control it. You ride along in the body while the spell lasts. Weird. If they fail, you possess the target, and you only get partial control of it. You no longer have a separate turn. Instead, you might control the target. So even if they fail, at the start of each of their turns, they get another will save. And if it fails, then you get to control it. But if it succeeds, it gets to take its own turn. And if it critically succeeds, the spell ends prematurely. Only if it critically fails do you fully possess the puppet and its incapacitation. Wow, that's pretty bad, guys. I am going... Yes, if they succeed, you are still inside of them, and you still take half the damage. F. Spell's no good. This spell will never do what you want it to do. End of story. I mean, basically, most of the time. I mean, you really can't possess a creature of equal strength, Brovleth, because it's incapacitation. They really have to be lower level than you. Or, I mean, technically they could be, yes, the same exact level as you. It's also not dismissible. Yeah, and it's level 7. We just talked about plane shift. Yes, Boothby, that's exactly what I want to be able to do with this spell. Yeah, I don't think I would use this as a GM spell, Steven, just for exactly that reason. Can I just port over Magic Jar? I like Magic Jar. I don't know what the 5th edition version of Magic Jar is, but I like Magic Jar. All right. Power Word Blind. Well, it's one action, and there's no save, and there's no incapacitation. And if you are casting this and you're level 13, any level 13 or level 12 monster, basically your level or lower, is blind, basically forever, for all intents and purposes, which is huge. And if they're higher level than you, you get dazzled. But of course, you can heighten this. And so as long as the creature isn't actually like higher level than you, because if you heighten this to 8, now you can blind someone up to level 15. This is extremely powerful and no save. And it's really good. And it's one action to cast. And blind is really powerful. And even just dazzling them for 1 minute, giving them a 20% mischance, is very good. Like, it's very good. Power Word Blind is S tier. And that's it. Yes. Dazzled for the rest of the fight on a boss is not just... I mean, that's the worst possible situation. And that is very good. One action, auto dazzle is actually really, really good. Yeah, it sounds much weaker than it is. It is actually quite good. You're giving that boss that boss is supposed to hit, and so giving that boss a 20% mischance, that's 20% of crits that become nothing. That's 20% of hits that become nothing. That's really, really powerful. Even spells which need to target, 20% of them miss. That's really, really powerful. Huge. Great spell. S tier. Yeah, S tier. So, Dazzle is underrated. Yes. Anthony, well, isn't this boss just a PL +1? No, whatchamacallit? I was saying, there's no in-cap on this, Anthony. There's no save. Why is this uncommon? I actually don't know. I actually don't know why this one is uncommon. Was blind... Because it blinds permanently. Would be my guess. Oh, yeah, Anthony. It's 14 or higher, not just 14. Yeah, that's right. This dazzles Tree Razor. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I'm guessing because of the permanent blind. All right, yeah, really great spell. Powerful. Love it. All right. Prismatic Armor. We're crushing it, guys. We're crushing it. Abjuration, 2 actions, 1 willing creature, minute. You wrap them in armor made of light. It functions as chromatic armor that is all colors. So they get resistance 5 to acid, electricity, fire, force, mental, poison, sonic. Keep in mind, that's less damage types than energy aegis protected for, and it's for 1 minute instead of all day. An attacker that critically fails on saving throw is blinded, though. It's interesting. No in-cap. Chromatic armor, much lower level. Oh, God. All right, well, then Needham Wolf, I have no idea. If blindness produces permanent blindness and it doesn't have uncommon, I have no idea why that has uncommon. Okay, so this gives you 5 resistance to pretty much everything except for negative and positive, which Energy Aegis does. Energy Aegis does it for all day. But if someone attacks you, they have to make a will save at the end of their action, or they become dazzled. And if they critically fail now, they become blinded. Oh, I don't know. I think I would just cast Energy Aegis every single time. I mean, this spell's not bad. I just don't think it's that good. For 1 minute, and you're getting 5 resistance, you don't even get as many energy types as Energy Aegis, which lasts 24 hours. And yeah, they critically fail. They're blind. That's not nothing, but yeah, I think it's just a C. Flame Loud, what does Chromatic Armor do? So Chromatic Armor is you get surrounded by lights, but when you cast it, you have to roll randomly to determine which colors it generates. In other words, which which energy types it resistances to. So it's kind of garbo. But if they attack you, they have to make a will save at the end of their action, and they become dazzled until the end of their turn. So they're only blinded for 1 turn. So that's my thing, Brolith. You don't have the AC of a champion for them to fail or critically fail, and how often will you even be targeted? So it's not that they critically fail the attack. It's when they attack you, they make a will save at the end of their turn, or at the end of the action. At the end of the action, so they won't be blind for that attack, but basically they swing at you, they hit you. The armor like flares up with light. They make a will save, and they could potentially become blinded or dazzled for 1 turn, or they could if they critically fail, they become. This spell's not great though. I'm gonna put it in D. I think you just cast Energy Aegis and move on with your day. If you want to blind them, just power word blind them. Okay. All right. Prismatic Spray. 20% miss rate is not nothing, but for starters, they have to attack you, and then they have to fail a will save, and then they are dazzled for 1 round. So there's like a lot of steps to jump through to get to that. Whereas the aforementioned power word blind, just Prismatic Spray is another classic. 30-foot cone. At least it's not 15-foot cone. Would love to see this be bigger. Here we go. Let's see how we do. Now we know what we know what we've been looking at here. Okay, our fireball is 14d6 equivalent. That's 50 damage. Cone of Cold is 16d6 equivalent. That's 56 damage. And some of our higher tier spells have been something, like our Eclipse Burst was 44 plus 22 was 18d6 equivalent. So we're looking at somewhere between 50 to 70 damage. So the cone here, not as large as we would expect it to be. Again, we're higher level. We should get this higher level. All right. Each creature gets a random effect, which is 1d8 on the table, then attempts a saving throw. The table notes any additional traits to the ray. If a creature is struck by multiple beams, it uses the same d20 result for all of its saving throws. For all rays, a successful saving throw negates the effect of that creature. So 1 successful save negates everything. That sucks. All right, so the worst is 50 fire damage. Now, we've talked about this before. A lot of creatures in the game are immune to fire or have resistance to fire, but 50 damage is our baseline. And as we said before, Fireball is doing 14d6 points of damage. That's 49 damage. So our baseline is Fireball. It can go up to 60 Acid. It can go up to 70 Reflex, all of which are Reflex save. Then it could do poison damage and enfeeble them 1 for 1 minute. It's not horrible. Fortitude affects them with a Flesh to Stone spell, but of course the Flesh to Stone spell might end up slowing them for a round, or it could end up doing this weird slow action thing that could potentially slow them for multiple turns that has an ongoing incapacitation effect. They could become confused, which also has as the Warp Mind spell, okay, which is different. That has the incapacitation effect, so we're not really too worried about that. And if you roll an 8, they're affected by 2 beams, and again, they get to make 1 save. So, yeah, you know, throw. I mean, if you really just want to have a spell where you're like, we're going to roll so many dice and it's going to be crazy and I have no idea what to expect out of this spell. And, I'm sorry. I did skip slow. On a 7, you get slowed for 1 minute. Why wouldn't I just cast slow? If they roll a critically failure, they're sent to another plane. I mean, that's pretty sweet. I mean, it's fun, right? And I mean, these effects are Bentastic Spray. I mean, yeah, I mean, this spell is definitely, you know, embracing the chaos of the game. Is this uncommon? No, it is not uncommon. Nidam, this can send a BBEG to another plane of existence, but it is not uncommon. I'd have to do a bunch of math on this, but on average, I think you're going to end up with a C. I mean, the damage is okay. It's not, you know, nothing that we have to see higher. A success negates everything. You don't get to pick. You're not targeting. It's random. It's just nonsense. D. It's just, I like the spell. It's fun, but it's just unreliable. And like CJ says A because it's fun. It is fun, but it's not fun enough to warrant giving it a high rate. If you want to cast a spell and just have fun with it, I'm not going to knock you for that. Like, I'm giving it a D because it's very unreliable, and I don't think that this spell is so much fun that it's worth the kind of craziness and unreliability. Like, if this spell had something that was like, it does 10 fire damage or it does like 200 electricity damage, like, okay, I could get behind that. Like, now you're gambling. Now you're gambling. But this is, this is not enough. If it had to do 2 different saves, but the fact that 1 save cancels out everything, the fact that the potent beam is only on a roll of an 8, and you have to re-roll duplicates or results of 8, like, you can't be like, come on, baby, 1 time, let them get hit with all the twisting rays. Like, that would be pretty cool. Like, it would be cooler to say, like, you roll like a D6 and that's how many for each target, and that's how many different colors they get hit by. And if you roll like a 6 or a 5, they're affected by 5 of the prismatic sprays. And it's like, oh, you got hit with the red and the orange and the yellow and the green and the blue. That would be awesome. And yeah, you could scale down the damage a little bit if you did it that way, but like, that's one of those examples where I would be excited. Like, the party would be sitting up in their seats because they'd be sitting there going like, come on, baby, roll. And then when you rolled a 6 and you knew that person was about to get blasted by the red, the orange, the yellow, the green, the blue, and the indigo, people would be cheering, and like, maybe, and each one's a separate save, and it like fails the reflex, passes the reflex, it ends up taking 150 damage and it's slowed. Like, you would have an incredible moment. Remember, you're getting this spell at 13th level. Like, we're on our way to the end of the game. Most people don't even get this high in the game. Give them something. All right, now back to reality. All right. Project image. So we've been dancing around this effect for a very, very long time. There's like, oh, there's a spell that makes an illusion that does nothing. And it automatically is disbelieved. And then it's like, okay, well, now you make a spell and it's an illusion, but you can make it sound like you. And then there was a spell where it's like, okay, you turn invisible and it makes another image of you, but you have to make deception checks to make it look like it's actually you. Finally, at level 7, we get project image. And what does this spell do? 30-foot range, sustained it for 1 minute. You project an illusionary image of yourself. You have to stay within range of the image, which is only 30 feet. 30 feet! And if at any point you can't see the image, by the way, it also fails. 1 minute, 30 feet, and you have to see it. Whenever you cast a spell, you can cause it to originate from yourself or the illusion, or the image. And because the image is an illusion, it can't be... What is this spell? If your illusion gets hit by an attack or fails to save, if the spell ends. Yeah, F. The one that turned you invisible and made an illusion was better than this spell, and that was last level. I like, by the way, that the heighten, you still have to sustain it. You still have to spend an action each turn. This spell is just bad. The fact that it has to be within 30 feet at all points and times, and you always have to be able to see the image, is horrifying. Like, the whole point of a spell like this is to have a cool, illusory version of yourself that can kind of act with impunity and can do things. And yeah, this spell is not good. Come on, it's 7th level and the illusion ends if it gets hit. Yes. By the way, it has the same AC as you. So AKA not a good AC. It gets hit once. Your level 7 spell is gone. Yeah. F. I'm glad we're all in agreement here. F. All right. Hey, total entropy.
Entropy tip $10 for whenever you get to disappearance. Is it good?
Disappearance, is that a spell? Oh my god. Someone told me that this search was fixed. It's a level 8 spell, total entropy. So we're not there yet. Well, if I'm reading the spell correctly, it doesn't break if you cast a spell or if you do something. But assuming that this spell doesn't end if you attack or cast a spell, that's very powerful. That's extremely powerful because it means normally when you attack, you become hidden. And so they still have a 50% chance to miss you, but they at least know what square you're in. But if you remain undetected at all points and times, then they basically never know what square you're in, and you will remain undetected forever. They would always have to just guess a square, and it lasts for 10 minutes. Yeah, this spell would be probably S+. Honestly. This is probably one of the single greatest defensive spells in the game. That is assuming we'll have to dig into it. But if it breaks when you attack or something, then it's not good. But anyways, very powerful spell. So thank you for the tip, and I'm cautiously optimistic, but that spell does seem like that is the single greatest defensive buff spell in the game. All right, regeneration. Here we go. Range touch, 1 creature, 1 minute. They gain regeneration 15, so it restores 150 hit points, which is not bad. It's more than your level 7 heal has. And it can't die from damage while they're regaining 15 each round. And its dying condition can increase to a value that would kill it. It stays unconscious. And only if it takes acid or fire damage. And each time the target creature regains hit points, it also regrows a damaged or ruined organ. Again, we live in a world where this costs no special material components. Can you imagine? Like, think about it this way. Your cleric or your druid or whatever gets to be level 13. But they are out there, saving the world, which is good. I mean, that's what they should be doing, right? Now, but eventually they save the world. And then you have a level 20 cleric. Think about how many of these spells it could cast every day. It's every time they regain hit points. That means a creature could be missing, several broken things and regenerate them multiple times because regains hit points 10 times from this spell. Yeah, one cast of this gets you 10 mint condition hearts for transplanting. Exactly. The organ harvesting spell. So it's interesting because in the prior version of the game, losing a limb might be something that would happen. I don't think that can happen in Pathfinder 2. So I don't know how useful this spell is anymore. That being said, a level 7 heal, single target, is 7d8 plus 56. So a level 7 heal heals for 87 hit points at once, level 2. And this heals for 150, which is not bad. Not to mention that getting 15 around, while you're off in the middle of a fight could be nice. It's a nice little padding of hit points. And of course, they can't actually die unless they take acid or cold damage, or acid or fire damage. So that's pretty useful. I think this spell's pretty good. I think it spells a B. It's a lot of hit. It's a lot of damage healed over a very short period of time. Kind of makes you, unless the creatures specifically have fire or acid damage, you're immune to dying. And then it has this random benefit that if for some odd reason you did lose limbs or organs, you can regain them. So I think it spells okay. There's no counteract check against the effect that took your organs, so I'll at least give it credit for that. All right, one of the spells that I think is one of the cooler spells in the game, even though it's a little weird, is Retrocognition, occult only. You open your mind to occult echoes. You gain impressions from past events that occurred in your current location. It reveals psychic impressions from events that occurred over the course of the last day throughout the first minute of the duration, followed by impressions from the next day for the next minute, and so on and so forth. These don't play out like a vision, but instead reveal impressions of emotions and metaphors that provide cryptic clues and details of the past. If you witness a traumatic or turbulent event through an impression, the spell ends unless you succeed at a will save of at least DC 30, but it's probably as much as high as 50, depending on the severity of the event. Really weird, but what's really cool about this spell is, number one, it's very flavorful. This is the occult weirdo caster kind of literally, getting the psychic emanations from the past in the room. Now, obviously, yes, your GM, it says cryptic clues and visions. Oh, sorry about that. We had a little bit of latency there, a little bit of lag. Just checking my connections here. All right, everything seems to be operating here. Okay. Sorry about that. Anyways, I like this spell. I think it's a cool way to gain information. You could sustain this for a long time, and the idea that a character is seeing traumatic moments and has to make a will save to keep holding on to it. But I love how it heightens, and instead each minute becomes a year, and then at heightened 9, it's a century. So like a high level caster could stand in an ancient dwarven, throne room, and over the course of just a few moments, relive centuries of life. I just think that is so cool. That to me is like what a cult should feel like, not weird tentacles and vomit monsters. I just think the spell has a lot of fun flavor to it. I think it works. It's a very open way for the GM to just give the players information, assuming that you don't have a jerkwad GM. I think the spell's really cool. It's a cult only. It's not A, it's B, but I still think it's a lot of fun, and I think it's really cool. And I think it's a very useful spell to be able to just get that information that is so often missing in these damn adventure paths, and I just really, really love it. Don Pokey says, I can't wait until the occult skill feats that do lesser versions of the sun object reading. Yes, exactly. I do agree, Steven. This is a much stronger effect in a system outside of Pathfinder 2e, but it is what it is. Yeah, I agree. I think it's a strong B, and I do think that in a more role-playing forward system, it would be more powerful. I just think it's really cool. And like, these are the spells that as a GM, I want my players to cast them so that I can, I'm going to give them cryptic visions, but I'm going to be useful with it. I'm actually going to help them with it. They used a cool spell, and I really want them to be benefited from that. All right. I think we have 10 left. Return to Essence. Return to Innocence. Oh, wait, no, it's Innocence. Enigma song. Okay. This is a rare spell from Strength of Thousands Adventure Path. 120 feet, and it targets a magically sealed doorway or chest. Only a magically sealed doorway or chest. You unravel that magically sealed doorway or chest, and you repurpose it into power. You may make a counteract check, of course, against the effect, such as a lock spell. And if you succeed, you recover one of your level 3 spell slots. So it's a very limited dispel magic. It only works against doors that are locked. And it gives you back a level 3 spell. It's cool, though. I think it's a D. Brotha says F. You know what? It only works against warded doors, guys. Come on. 7. This spell should just be dispel magic, but with it not just and have the spell regain energy and just not be only used against doors. That would be cool for a level 7 spell. Again, we just had a spell that let you shift through planes, through time and space, that let you relive days of action activity in minutes, and summon extra dimensional mansions. I think we can do better than that. Okay, like reverse gravity. This spell is a fun one. It's a weird one. Yeah. It's 3 actions, and it's a 120 foot, 20 foot radius, 40 foot cylinder. We were discussing this last time about whether or not it would work or not. Creatures immediately fall upwards as basically gravity goes upward. They might be able to grab an edge to arrest its fall as it falls past an appropriate surface. And if it falls against the ceiling, it takes the amount of damage. And once it reaches the top of the area, it floats. And assuming they can't drag themselves around, they kind of feels like they're stuck there. At least that's the way I would see it. The creature can move along the plane where the 2 forms of gravity meet, and creatures that can fly. So it's a weird spell. There's no save against it, which is interesting. But it is a unusual spell. Hey, thanks for the subscription. I don't know how to feel about this spell. I swear Paizo would benefit from doing this exact type of review of the full spell list before releasing anything. They must review it in a vacuum. It does just work. Why is this not transmutation? That's a great trade. You're changing gravity, but gravity is a force, not a thing. And so evocation might feel more appropriate than transmutation, CJ Pan, if we're being very specific. Again, it just works. Creatures and objects that aren't secured fall to the top. So you can use this for some shenanigans, which I think is cool. I think this is a shenanigan-full spell. Also, you're reversing gravity. Can you stack reverse gravity spells on top of each other? I think so. Well, fuck. Well, Flame Loud, never mind. I rescind everything that I've said. Have they really been? It's disappointing. What was the other one called? Gravity Well. Gravity Well's evocation. Was it called Zero Gravity? Like Zero Gravity's evocation. They're all evocation. Yeah, I don't know. I like the spell. Not zero gravity, reverse gravity. I think it's fun. It's magical. It's also, I mean, worst case scenario, if there's a ceiling, people are going to take some damage and be knocked prone. Granted, it does say they might be able to grab an edge to arrest their fall, but I don't know. Again, it just works, which I do like. It's got a reasonable range, decent duration for this kind of effect. And again, the fact that it could be used on creatures and objects is pretty interesting. I think this spell is a B. I think it's somewhat limited by its radius and height. That keeps me from really going up to A. But I think this is a very strong B. For sure. It works, and I think you're going to have a lot of fun with it. I think if you're very clever and or you have a very open-minded GM, I think you could do a lot of shenanigans with this spell and possibly push it up into A or S tier spells. But in your standard boilerplate adventure, I think you're going to get about a B plus worth of activity on this. All right, Raid Shadow Legends is here. We are sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. The number I don't even know what Raid Shadow. I think it's a mobile game. No, I'm not sponsored by Raid Shadow Legend. All right, not too much text, but it is 3 actions. It's Arcane Occult. CJ's excited. He says it is time. All right, here we go. All right, it's from Secrets of Magic. And I'm already reading it, and it just already sounds it's such an anime spell. But here we go. I'm going to try it. It's 3 actions. You're giving up your whole turn. It's a 120-foot range, and it's a 30-foot burst, which is pretty good. It's reflex or will. Target's choice. That's so bad. They're always going to pick their better one. Duration is 1 minute. You spin illusions of flying shadows throughout the area. The shadows strike and cavort. Who says cavort? The shadows strike and cavort, harming your foes and blocking their vision with twisting shadows. Enemies in the area, when you cast a spell, take 6d8 bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage with a basic reflex or will save, as shadows explode into being. You choose the damage type, and each creature chooses the type of save. The shadows then persist in the area for 1 minute, dealing 3d8 points of damage of the type you chose to any enemy that ends their turn in the area. All creatures are concealed to enemies in the area, as the illusory shadows swarm over them and block light. A creature that spends an action to seek or otherwise interact with a shadow raid can attempt a perception check to disbelieve it. On a success, the creature halves the damage it takes from the shadows, and the shadows will no longer impede their vision. These benefits will last until the spell ends. So this is a 3-action bad damage AoE that is low damage, and they get to make their save choice, and it's 3 actions. And then for the benefit of giving up an extra action, lowered radius, lowered duration, and significantly less damage, we gain a area where they take 3d8 points of damage per turn. So choice of save is really, really bad, as Steven says. This is one of those they could just walk out, which I also agree with. Self-confessed cynic says, bad area denial, the spell. Okay. Here's the thing, though. All creatures are concealed to enemies. in the area. So I am reading this as the creatures, the targets, are concealed to their enemies. Right? So all creatures are concealed to enemies. So isn't that you too? Isn't everybody just concealed, but to their enemies? Okay. I think the grading on this spell really comes down to this line. Because let's be clear, the thing about this spell is it's only the initial burst of damage is only enemies. Look, it says enemies in the area. All right, so you could drop this spell right in the midst of your big party fight. Okay, so I like that. That part's cool. Granted, 3 actions, terrible. Their choice of reflex or will, terrible. 68 damage, terrible. So, but it's enemies only, whatever. Okay, but then, the shadows. So that's our initial effect, right? We have this initial effect. The shadows then persist in the area for 1 minute, dealing 3d8 damage of the type you chose to any enemy that ends its turn in the area. Okay, boom. That's our second effect. Any enemy that sticks around is going to take 3d8 damage. Cool. Period. End state. Next effect. All creatures are concealed to enemies in the area as the illusory shadows swarm over them and block the light. Oh, hey, self-confessed cynic. Welcome. Happy Friday, self-confessed. Happy Friday. So, okay, let's just judge this on the basis of this. The first part of this effect is horrible. You have spent 3 actions to make a really shitty AoE. Yes, I know it only affects your enemies, but that's whatever. Next, a very trivial amount of 3d8 points of damage. It's not nothing, but it's not everything. So far, these 2 effects combined to, in my opinion, create, and with a 3 action and with them getting to make their choice of save, this is like a D. I think it really comes down to is who's concealed from what. So, you know what else only damages your enemies? Chain lightning, which is a level lower, by the way. So I think we have here the issue is the question of what does this last sentence mean? All creatures are concealed to enemies in the area. That, to me, when I read that, would suggest to me that the creatures, if you're in the area and you're a creature, then all of your enemies are concealed to you. So, and by the way, it says, as the illusory shadows swarm over them and block light. Here's the idea why. The illusory shadows are swarming over the enemies. That's why they can't see you. Okay? Because you're concealed to them, because shadows are swarming all over them. They cannot see. But you and your allies can't see the enemies because the shadows are swarming all over them. So everybody gets concealment. Except for your allies. I'm not feeling the spell. I'm sorry to say. It's also very complicated. I also agree. Thanks. You think it's supposed to mean that your enemies can't see your party. I mean, but here's the thing. It specifically says that the shadows are swarming over them and blocking light. So, I don't know what to think of this spell. Okay. I agree what they wanted to do with the spell, but I don't think that that's even how they wrote it. But I could also see... Okay, let's give it let's give it the best case scenario. Let's give it the best case scenario. Let's say that it is an AoE that only targets enemies, that is 3 actions to cast, that is reflex or will, the enemy's choice. It does 6d8 points of damage. By the way, for comparison, we have Fireball, which is 14d6 equivalent. We have Lightning Bolt, Cone of Cold, which is 16d6. Sorry, Fireball is 14d6 equivalent. Cone of Cold is 16d6. An Eclipse Burst was 18.8 d6 equivalent. This spell is 7.7 d6 equivalent. So it's half of the damage of a Fireball. So let's assume best case scenario, 3 action spell, 30-foot burst, enemies only, 6d8 damage, their choice of save, leaves an effect for 1 minute that does 3d8 damage only to enemies, and enemies only, basically things are concealed to them. If it is the absolute best case scenario, the interpretation that I just gave, what is Raid Shadow Legends C or higher, or is it D or lower? That's the question for the chat. So I'm going to give it the best case scenario. I'm going to give it the absolute best case scenario. Let's assume that if they had written it better and made it so that the shadows only cling to the enemies, making it hard for them to see other things, giving them concealment. So that's the best case. But it's still a 3-action AoE. They get to make their best save. And it's a one-direction concealment. All the enemies in the area, everything has concealment from them, so they can't see their allies, they can't see their party, but the party can see them just fine. All right, I'm gonna let that run for a second. It does not waste their actions Flame Loud, only if they choose to make a action. They don't have to. They can just ignore it. Again, Flame Loud. And also, I should point out, if the creature doesn't care about the concealment penalty, it can just leave. If it does care about the concealment penalty, it can choose to seek. And if it doesn't care about the concealment penalty or the damage, it can just stay in the area. So again, you're giving the creature multiple options to choose what is best for it and worst for you. If Self-Confessed Cynic says, if this was 5th level, C. If this was 3rd level, B. By the way, Self-Confessed Cynic, I was saying earlier, I know you're late to the stream. Next Thursday, I'm going to have Mark Seifter on the show as our guest. Not to do spell reviews, but just to chit-chat and talk about Pathfinder 2 and maybe some other game stuff, but probably a lot of Pathfinder 2, I imagine. So if you're a member of the Knights Patreon, or you're an adventurer and you've joined the YouTube channel, let me know what your questions are. Maybe we can get a list up together and we can ask them. All right, here we go. Final thing. All right, we got a 71% said D or lower. The will of the people has spoken, and I'm going to put it at D. All right. Sorry. Spell turning. We only got a couple left. Let's knock them out. Spell turning. I told you we are going to just stick with this and just do it. Just do it. Well, Anthony, I'm going to be very respectful. Obviously, I've been on their channel a bunch, so they know my style. But, I'm not here to try to ambush them. Okay, spell turning. It's a good ring. It's a level 20, rare, but it's a good item. You should look into it. My character had it. It was nice. All right, 2 actions, and it lasts an hour. It's arcane only, because all the best stuff in the game is just arcane only. The Abjuration reflects spells cast at you back at their caster. Whenever a spell targets you, you can spend a reaction to attempt to reflect it. It uses the rules for counteracting the spell, but if the spell is successfully counteracted, the effect is turned back on its caster. Whether or not it is the counteract effect is successful, spell turning ends. Spell turning can't affect spells that aren't targets, such as area spells. If spell turning reflects counterpoint, heal is not arcane. Counterpoint need on Wolf, you could just be an arcane sorcerer and then use cross-blooded evolution to get heal and take it as a signature spell. If spell turning reflects a spell back on a caster who is also the effects of spell turning, their spell turning can flip it back. Ooh, interesting. If they do so, their counter effect immediately succeeds. All right, here's the deal. It's only one spell, and it's a counteract check. So if it's higher level, you're going to get hosed because you're probably going to fail the counteract check. It's not going to do anything, and then the spell ends. If it's lower level, then unless you critically fail your counteract check, which you probably won't, it'll automatically succeed. And so if it starts off and the GM, a higher level monster, casts a level 6 slow on the party, and it bounces off of them, it bounces off of you and targets the GM. It's a level 6 spell. This is a level 7 spell. As long as you don't critically fail your counteract check, you will have successfully counteracted the slow. So not only are you not affected by the slow, but you have gotten essentially as a reaction, a slow cast upon the enemy. That's all awesome. That's like the best case scenario. But as Self-Confessed Cynic says, this spell is ultimately a far better GM spell because a monster NPC, an enemy caster, a lich, a necromancer, the evil, nefarious wizard person, they only have to fight once a day. So them only having this spell available for that one fight a day is going to be really good. And so it's much lower of a cost for them. So, yeah. Now that is an interesting question, Total Entropy. If you cast a level 6 slow and you targeted 5 people, I think what would happen is the other 4 people would be targeted normally. They would make their fort save or be slowed. You, on the other hand, would make a counteract check, assuming you didn't critically fail. You would counteract the spell, and then it would counter back, and they'd have to make a fort save. Are you and Mark going to be talking Dark Archive? No, CJ Pan. We don't really have a exact plan. We're just going to be talking Pathfinder 2. All right, so spell turning for me, I agree with Vin. I think it is a... I think it's like... I think it's better than C. I think it's like a B for it's like a B for PCs, but I think it's like I think it's like an S. I think it's actually like an S for GMs. For sure. Because this also helps like with enemy action economy problems. You basically have turned the party's power against them, and so that could be really, really good. All right. For some odd reason, this spell is uncommon. Nobody knows. All right. Sunburst. Is this as good as all our other bursts have been good? Eclipse Burst was good. Moon Burst was good. Here we go. This is exactly Moon Burst, but it doesn't do silver damage. So this is exactly Moonburst. We've seen this before. Remember earlier on with the moonlight and sunlight burst spells. So I'm going to put this at A because the silver part really doesn't matter. But technically Sunburst is weaker than Moonburst. They do exactly the same things. But Moonburst, it counts as silver and Sunburst does not. But other than that, they do exactly the same thing. Both really, really good spell. Oh, it is fire. Oh, you're right. It's fire. Ugh. What do we think about that? Do we think being fire makes it worse than cold enough to downgrade it one category? A lot of things are immune to fire. But to be clear, you're really only casting this against undead creatures. Really. And so they're not always as immune to fire as most creatures. So, yeah. Anthony, I know you're late to the stream, I think, but yes, I mean, we've been talking about this all night, but yeah, it's not enough. And there are things that are weak to fire too. Broth, good point. But yeah, it's like you're literally in this level, 7th level, we had a spell, which was a cone that was a 15-foot cone. It was a 15-foot cone. Okay. And now here you have 3 spells: Eclipse Burst, Moon Burst, and Sunburst, which are 500-foot range, 60-foot burst. Would Sunburst trigger undead with light weakness? Absolutely. It has to. It would have to. Yes, that would amazing. It would have to. If this spell, which is basically summoning a sun, didn't create, I mean, it literally dispels darkness effects. If that didn't affect the light weakness of a Wraith, I would just quit that GM's campaign immediately. Or if he pointed out to me a rule in the game that said that for some odd reason it didn't apply, I would just stop playing that game. All right. We got a couple more left. Tempest of Shades. This is an incarnate spell, and I don't even know what that means. Oh, it's the similar to summon, but it doesn't summon it. It's like a fake summon. You channel the forces of undeath to bring forth an amalgam. 3 actions, 100 feet, and it lasts until the end of your next turn. Yeah, the fake summons. You channel the forces of undeath to bring forth an amalgamation of vengeful undead. This amalgamation manifests as a large tornado of howling forces, and it occupies a huge creature space and speed of 60 feet. When it arrives, everybody within 60 foot, each enemy creature within 60-foot emanation has to make a fort save. They either drain 1 on a success, drain 2 on a failure, drain 3 on a critical failure. Remember, that's level times drain damage. So, if you're fighting level 13, 14 monsters, it's like 26, 28 damage. 13, 14 on a success, 28, 30 on a fail, etc. As it departs the next round, the vengeful dead let out an anguished scream. All your enemies within 100 feet must make a will save or be frightened 1 on a 6 save, frightened 3 on a failure. Well, that spell's great. Critically fail, they're frightened 3, and they're fleeing for 1 round or until it's no longer frightened. I think mechanically it's, listen, I have no raw problem with this, actually. Bob doesn't like them. Like, Bob thought Summon Kaiju was stupid. I mean, I do think Summon Kaiju is kind of disappointing because Kaiju should be something massive and huge. But, like, this is, to be clear, this is a much more effective game mechanic and much less problematic to deal with this kind of effect. This is pretty, I mean, I don't know why we have to talk about how much space it occupies and its speed. I think all that stuff is pointless. What do we care about that? But I mean, I think draining everybody and then frightening everybody is pretty good. It's only enemies. It's going to leave them with frightened and drained. I think the spell's fine. Yeah, see, I don't mind the incarnate spells. Vin, Bob, they thought those spells were very disappointing, particularly the Kaiju spells. Yeah, the speed is so that they can chase your enemies. I don't know. I think these are both really good effects. I think Frighten 3 is really good. I think Drain 2 isn't bad. I think it's got a lot of flavor. It's a lot of fun. It's got a good range. I don't like the 3 actions kind of sucks, but you're getting 2 spells basically for 3 actions, essentially. You're getting an AoE enemy only Drain and then an AoE enemy only Frighten. I think the spell kind of rocks. I kind of like it at A. I think the spell's good. So yeah, there you go. Technically it cannot flame loud. The Incarnate is not a creature. It is not able to be targeted or harmed by strikes, so they can't even target it. Yeah, I think this. I think the spell's good. I like it, and it's fun, and it's flavorful, and it feels cool, and it's easy to adjudicate, and so that makes it fun. Time Beacon. You create a beacon in time. Wow, Gods of Magic. We haven't seen one of these in a long time. By the way, we got 5 spells. You cast Time Beacon on only on your turn. You can't. Oh God. How is this spell not uncommon? How is this spell not rare? Cast one action. You cast Time Beacon on your turn. Hey, thanks.
Dark tip $25 for going extra to finish this level.
Cheers from the Knights, Darth Gorlock. Appreciate it. Cheers from the Knights. Keep careful track of everything that happens this turn after you cast Time Beacon. At the end of your turn, you can choose to rewind time back to just after you cast Time Beacon, removing all effects of your turn since then. Curses, traps, and other harmful effects that happen during your turn might prevent you from returning to the beacon if they are powerful enough. If you suffered any harmful effect during your turn after casting Time Beacon, to return to your beacon, Time Beacon attempts a counteract check against each effect. Doesn't even automatically work it. This is the ultimate George spell. Well, keep in mind, it only lasts dolphin maneuver. This is the ultimate George spell. This is the let's see if that room is trapped spell. The bookkeeping on this spell is such a pain in the ass. It's a cool spell, but man, and by the way, like, it doesn't even automatically work. If you would be harmed, you have to make a counteract check against the effects. And if you fail any of those checks, you can't even return. So, like, if you fling yourself down a pit to see how far it goes down, or if the bottom of it is lava, and then you get to the bottom and it is lava because you're like, oh, I'll just rewarp myself through time, Nicolas Cage style. Well, it doesn't work. If you fail the counteract check, you're just dead. Oh, that's just bad. F. Sorry, Time Beacon. Ben, it would be awesome if it was save point the spell. I agree. That would actually be really cool, but it's still not. It's just this counteract DC. I don't know. Out of combat, just use a Sunbat. In combat, just use Time Jump. Yeah. On the plus side, you are dead. This spell is great in another system. I'm not spending 30 minutes in combat. If I was GMing and like George or somebody cast a spell or Bob cast a spell and then they're like, Derek, we're rewinding that round. I'm doing it again. I would just be like, you know what? They're all dead. The time collapses. There's a time field and everybody dies. You win the combat. Congratulations. All right. True target. Boy, was this spell busted. We cast this spell, I think, every single round once we got access to this spell. Whether it was Bob Sorcerer, whether it was me as a high-level free archetype sorcerer, I think maybe even our monk who had like every dedication for cast the spell. 60-foot range, one action. Verbal, not somatic, not material. So it doesn't even provoke attacks of opportunity. It targets 4 creatures and they all get True Strike. They all ignore circumstance penalties to the attack roll, and they pass any flat checks due to concealment or even hidden. That means even a DC 11 flat check, a creature being invisible, is ignored by this spell, and it targets everybody. And it's one action, and you're giving everybody True Strike. S. The spell is incredibly powerful. It probably might be S+. I don't know. This spell just seems ridiculous. This spell makes me wonder why we even have high level, why we care about the math or anything once you get to high level in Pathfinder 2 anyways. It's really, really, really good. S, just S tier. True target is really good. I don't think there's much to say about that. Yeah, the spell is just dumb. William Brandis, you just basically had this cast against you for several weeks in a row. Obviously, I'm sure you have a lot of fair point. But yeah, spell's great. All right, someone's going off about Time Beacon here. Time Beacon is advantage on 2 action save spells. How do we figure this? All right, I'm not going to worry about it right now. We can talk about it later in the Discord. We only got a couple spells left here. Unfettered Pack. Let's get them up here. We got Unfettered Pack. We've got Visions of Danger. Volcanic Eruption, and Warp Mine. Those are our last 4 spells. Here we go. Unfettered Pack. Oh, because you could choose to undo the spell if the spell fails. Got it. So I'm using a level 7 spell to make them potentially, but it's not really. You cast Time Beacon, you cast your other spells. If the enemy saves, you undo and try again. I guess. Yeah. Maybe. It's still. That's probably the best case scenario for it. I will upgrade it from F to D. Unfettered Pack. It's an interesting idea. We'll have to explore it later. I just want to finish this damn stream. All right, Unfettered Pack. Primal only. 30 feet, 2 actions, up to 10 creatures for an hour. You free those from environmental hindrances. Targets don't take circumstance penalty to speed from vegetation, rubble, winds, or any property of the environment, whether or not it is magical, and they ignore difficult terrain from environmental properties. I think we could do better. We're teleporting across the world. How is this spell not lasting more than an hour? We could open planar shifts. D. All right. Visions of Danger. All right. Yeah, that spell should have absolutely lasted all day. Visions of Danger. This is our occult only AoE mental damage spell. So it's 500 feet, 30-foot burst. By the way, we're getting all these 500 feet, 30-foot bursts at level 7. Just really shows you how ridiculous Fireball is at 500 feet, 20-foot burst at level 3. Self-confessed cynic, regarding true target, what's the criteria for S+? Slow. That was the criteria for S+. So if true target is as good as slow, then yes. I will also say, though, here's self-confessed cynic before you get into the weeds on this. Remember, a lot of parties don't have 18 people in them like your crazy ass party does, and not all of them are Magus, Fighter, Sorcerer, Gishes. Or no, you hate Magus. Sorry, your homebrewed Magus, which gets full spell slots, Sorcerer, Fighter, Gishes. But you know, like a lot of parties might have a fighter, a rogue, a wizard, and a cleric. And in that case, true target is really only affecting 2 people. It's not really that useful for the other 2, potentially. So, you know, for a lot of parties, it's not as good as you might be thinking of it. All right, Visions of Danger fills an area with horrific creatures, illusions, of course. They look like, here comes the body horror. Like, here's the thing. Just think about this. Think about this. An illusion of horrific creature fills the spell area. Full stop. End. That's it. That's all that we needed. No, the creatures look like tiny, but capital T tiny. The creatures look like tiny, swarming monsters with a specific appearance of your choice. Okay? We could just stop there, but no. They have to be hellish flies or animated saw blades. Like, why do we need all this crap? All right. It's 8. The burst deals 8d8 mental damage to each creature that's inside the burst when it's created, when they enter the burst, or if they start their turn inside the burst. That's a lot better than a lot of these other spells, which are when they end the turn. Instead, they're going to take 8d8 mental damage on your turn, and then when they start their turn, they're going to take another 8d8 damage, which is very important. But it is going to be divided up amongst 2 spells or saves. A creature that critically succeeds its will save can immediately disbelieve the illusion. A creature that tries to interact with the monsters or attempts to seek action can attempt to disbelieve illusion. If they disbelieve, they don't take any action further damage. So, worst case scenario, they are going to take 8d8 damage, basic save. And then at the start of their turn, they're going to take another 8d8 damage, basic save. So they get 2 saves to avoid taking 16d8, which is 20d6 equivalent. 20d6 equivalent. That's actually pretty good damage. It's mental damage, which is nothing. Not a lot of things are resistant to it. Yes, mindless creatures are immune to it. That's the big downside. But 20d6, and it is ongoing. And yeah, I don't know. That seems pretty good. It's a cult only, and you know, it's good for them. I don't know. B, I like it. That seems pretty good. 20d6 is a lot of damage. Now, they get 2 saves. It's not 20d6. They get 2 saves, which is worse than we think it is. Or could actually be better. Steven thinks it's an A. All right, you sold me on it. I could go A. 20d6 is a lot. You mean a normal sized party? Exactly, Anthony. Vin has this small party. Pathfinder 2 is literally designed for 4 people, and it like almost says if you're playing with more than 4 people or less than 4 people, what the hell is wrong with you? So I do wish it only affected enemies too for such high level spell, CJ. But you know, we'll take it. And I agree, 2 saves is actually not that bad. Oh, I did realize just something though here, Steven. It is a 3 action spell because it does leave an AoE. It does leave a zone. So does that change us back down to a B at being 3 actions? I think it might. 3 actions isn't as good, but maybe it is. I don't know. All right, B. Okay. All right. I agree. Yes. Okay. I missed that on the first read. All right. 2 spells left. Volcanic Eruption. All right. Somehow Volcanic Eruption is only, 3 actions still an A. 3 actions, but 500 feet. Yeah, but our other 3 action spells, Darth Gorlak, were 2 actions. Eclipse Burst was 2 actions. So. All right. Volcanic Eruption. Primal. 2 actions. 120 feet. A 5-foot radius. The ground opened up, spraying a column of lava, dealing 14 d6. So it's not even competitive. That's Fireball d6 equivalent. Yeah, 3 actions is very prohibitive. I completely agree with that. This is this weird spell where it's like, are all my enemies flying and they're in a stacked column? I don't like this spell at all. This is a what? Deal with a flying creature? And then you have to track how much damage it takes to free it from the rock. And then people take 3d6 fire damage from the heat if they're within 5 feet of the lava column. Oh my god. I don't like this spell. The damage is not compelling. The area is a joke. You're never going to get a vertical column of enemies. Yeah, Anthony. Thank you. It's literally a single target spell. You're never going to get a vertical column of enemies. This is terrible. I had an early boss use it. And it was super disappointing. Obviously F because of the small area. I'm not going to give it an F. I'm just going to give it a D, but it's not impressive or bad. Or I'm sorry, it's not impressive. Yeah, but at this level, Sean, like a guy on a flying mount, yeah, maybe. D. You could do better. You could do better than this spell. All right, Warp Mind is our last spell for level 7. It is arcane and occult, but it does have incapacitation. It does have emotion. And it does have a mental. That's a lot of, yeah, right. 5-foot radius is 4 squares. Choose an intersection. Go out 5 feet. That's 4 squares. You don't go out from a square. You go out from an intersection of squares. 4th edition went out from a square. It was much better actually. But so a lot of things are going to be immune to this because of incapacitation and because of the emotion and mental traits. It is 120-foot range. It is 2 actions. It is a single creature, and it is a will save. You scramble their mental faculties and sensory input. They must make a will save. Regardless of the results, they are temporarily immune for 10 minutes. You get 1 shot at this. Their effects happen instantaneously. So dispel magic and other effects that counteract it can't counteract them. However, here are 6 spells that can counteract it, including Restoration, which is a spell that counteracts things. What the hell are we talking about here? Okay. If they succeed, the first action of their next turn is confused. And if they fail, they're confused for a minute. But it's incapacitation. Yeah, they, like I said, you could cast Alter Reality, Miracle, Primal Phenomenon, Restoration, or Wish, and that'll let you counteract the effect. Is this spell better or worse than Confusion? So this is 7th level, single target. Come on, Nethys, you're killing me. All right, we're going to the SRD. All right, Confusion is 30 feet, 1 creature, 1 minute, will save. Warp Mine is 120 feet, 1 creature, will save. If they succeed, they are stunned 1. If they succeed, they have 1 action confused. I'd rather them be stunned 1. Not only do they lose all reactions, then they're just down a spell completely. If they fail, they're confused for 1 minute and they get to make a new save at the end of each of their turns. With this spell, they are confused for 1 minute and do not get to make a save. However, if they critically fail, they are confused for 1 minute with no save and early. So the critical failure of Confusion is the regular failure of Warp Mind. So it's better. Obviously, Mass Confusion is insane. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, though, about being confused. You know what's funny about Archives of Nethys? How is the confused condition not linked in this spell description in any way, shape, or form? Here's the problem with the confused condition. If you become confused, sorry about this, everybody. Okay, so here's the problem. Man, Archives of Nethys is really sucking. Here's the problem with confused. Sorry, it's just kind of wonky here. Confusion does not have incap. That's true, CJ Pan. Confusion does not have incap, whereas Warp Mind does have incap. That actually makes that a big difference for me for a lot. That's actually big. All right, here's the thing about confused, though. Even if you do make them confused for 1 minute with the Warp Mind, and it's the incapacitation, yeah, there's no incap on confusion. Boom. See? No incap on confusion. But here's the thing about confused. Each time you take damage from an attack or spell, you attempt a DC 11 flat check to recover from your confusion. So every time you're attacking them, they still get a DC 11. Every time you take damage, you're still getting a DC 11. I'm going to agree with Ben here, who hardly ever weighs in on these things, and I'm going to say it's a C. I do think it's a powerful effect, even with the incapacitation. I think the spell would actually probably be like a B, but it's going to get downgraded because of the incapacitation. I like Warp Mind a lot, but I'm a GM. All right, that is all of the level 7 spells. Hey, Steven, thank you.
Steven tipped $15. Level up. Lightning round completed.
Level up, lightning round completed. Now, thank you. But before we go on, are there any notable heightened spells? That I know haste. Haste has one, so I wanna talk about haste. Is anything else notable? Now, haste we gave a C rating to initially as a level 3 spell. So we got haste. What else do we got here? What else? We got paralyze, someone said. Paralyzed. Yes, 10 creature paralyzation. Okay. And someone said elemental form. Okay. All right. No, haste. Slow is +3. Haste is +4. Flame Loud. That's why slow is even more ridiculously broken than it ever was. All right. So let's start off with paralyze. Now it's still got incapacitation, but being able to target 10 people is pretty good with a paralyzation effect. Now it has incapap, so obviously this is an AoE. So the idea here is you're fighting a bunch of creatures that are maybe your level -1, your level -2, and boom, you hit them all with a paralyze. And you're hitting 4 or 5 targets, and even if they all somehow save, they're all stun 1. So you're trading 2 actions for 5 actions off of 5 targets. That's incredible. But if any of them fail, you're sucking up 3 actions. That's insane. And they are also the most likely people to critically fail. I think level 7 paralyze is really good. Yes, they have to be level 14 or lower at level 7. Yes. So you could be level 13 and they could be level 4. I'm sorry, you could be level 13, they could be level 14, and the incapacitation of paralyze isn't going to affect them. But the fact that you're using a multi-target version of the spell means that you're probably fighting multiple creatures, which is where, you know, I agree, AoE spells is where incap feels reasonable. I think AoE paralyze is S tier. I think it's incredible. I think that's very powerful. And I think, yes, if you're fighting multiple creatures, you are just going to eat up a shitload of actions. You might eat 10 or 12 actions out of a group like that. And that is massive crowd control, surgical crowd control. Incredibly powerful. Definitely a spell too, where even though it's only 2 actions, worth using an action for meta magic to add reach to make it 60 and just pick 10 targets within 60 feet of you. So just huge. Okay, next. Elemental form. We haven't really specifically talked about this one, but let's see if does it get substantially better at level 7? You become huge. I saw that. So it is a polymorph. It is a battle form. All right. So your form is huge. You have 15-foot reach. You get good AC, good temporary hit points. You're huge. You have 15-foot reach. You get a 25 attack modifier, which is normal. We saw that on all the other level 7 battle form spells. You double the number of damage dice. So you could be doing 4d10 with Earth form. 4d10 plus 11. 4d10 plus 11 is a lot of damage. That's actually really good damage. And you have 15-foot reach. And you have dark vision. I mean, I think that's pretty good. I like the AC. It's kind of crazy that the level 6 form has the same AC. 22. Look at that. I guess your AC doesn't really change that much on the math. 4d10 plus 11 damage is... I think that's great. I think that's A. By the way, you could still be airspeed and moving 80 feet and doing that. I mean, you're going to be doing a lot less damage, but still pretty powerful. Being huge and having 15-foot reach is pretty nice. Much better with the errata that doubles persistent damage on critical hits. Also a really good point. So the fire becomes a little bit more nice there. All right, yeah, I think that spell's great. All right, haste. We cast this like every spell. Once we got to this level, haste is much, obviously it's much better when you can target 4 or 5 or 6 people. If you have a bigger party, it's much more. Everybody needs haste. You want to be able to move and cast your 3-action spell. You want to be able to move and cast a meta magic spell. You want to be able to move and use a 2-action feat or activity like double slice and then still have another action to do something else. Being quickened at high level is just, you need it for action economy. Haste never felt like it was worth it because, you know, you were trading 2 actions to give someone 1 action, then 2 actions. Then finally on the 3rd round, they would have 3 actions. So you will have spent 2 and they will have gained 3. Your net +1. But With this, you're getting 4 or 5 actions back the very first turn. You're getting 10 actions by the second turn. You're getting 15 actions by the third turn. And so the 2 actions that you invested into casting it, it's great. If you have a Bandolier rule, haste S7th is an S wand. I don't know what a Bandolier rule is, but if you mean it doesn't take an interact action to draw a wand, I would argue that that is probably extremely broken in Pathfinder 2 and is problematic at best. Bandolier rule. Now, granted, there was a Bandolier rule in 3rd edition, but they very much got rid of that in Pathfinder 2nd edition. I think haste is really good at high level. I hesitate to say it's as good as it's not as good as slow 6, but it is probably as good as slow 3. Bandoliers don't exist, Vin. They are not a thing in the game. I'm gonna say I think haste is our second S plus spell. Actually, I think the other slow spell, the rousing applause, was S plus, the AoE version. At this level, you're gaining so much action economy for a single casting of this spell. It's incredible. And again, I think everybody can make use of the stride, and everybody can make use. They did exist into the errata. They did nothing, is what they did. They did nothing, and then they got rid of them because they didn't do anything. Okay. So that is level 7 spells. Pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. You got, all right. So everybody agrees with the S plus. All right. Good job, Haste. It only took you 4 levels to catch up with slow 3. Yes, exactly. It did. Somebody said it. Who said it? High level. Eon Ryder said haste gets better at higher levels due to characters just being more action hungry, and I completely agree with that. So, very good. So, kind of all over the place here at level 7. Really, we have some good spells, some really big damage spells from all of our top, from our top performing classes. Divine and Primal, even Occult got some really, really good spells. We got a nice big thick wedge C. And again, we've noticed as we've gotten higher and higher level that spells have become less and less often niche. The wand and the scroll cases just don't really come in. Yes, haste does not allow your action to fly, although I do agree that is kind of a bullshit ruling. Slow should, the way incap should work is incap should just prevent critical failures. That's all. Like, the enemy being slowed 1 is bad, but it's horrible. It's bad, but it's not horrible. The enemy being slowed 2 is bullshit. And that's what it really needs protection from. The Fs also definitely have gotten smaller, Anthony. For the most part, the spells have really kept up. Most of the spells that are in our F department today were from Adventure Paths. They're sort of those bullshit Adventure Path spells. And so very, very, very good. So that's it. We got level 7. And that was 44 spells, I think, in one stream. So I want to thank everybody who, my God, stuck with us. Incredible. If you're watching this on VOD, what's wrong with you? If you stayed with us, what's wrong with you? Level 8 is next, and I think level 8 only has like 20 or something spells. So half as many spells as we just did in level 8. But we have got some good ones. And a reminder, next week, we're not going to be doing our level 8 spells because we're going to have Steven and Mark from Roll for Combat on the show. It's going to be a fun QA. So next week is going to be a lot of QA weeks because we just did our Quest for the Frozen Flame 2 days ago. We did this today. So next week, Tuesday, we're going to have just a fun hangout. And then Thursday, we're going to have another fun hangout. So maybe we'll do something different with the Tuesday stream because Thursday is going to be a big Q&A stream for sure. Level 9 is even smaller. It's probably right around 20 as well. And then level 10 is maybe like 15, 16, 17 spells. So yeah, this one's for everybody in the chat.
I am strong.
That's you saying that. And of course, Horizon. Very, very, very awesome. Thanks everybody for sticking with us. Thanks a lot for the chats. Thanks a lot for the tips, the super chats. Thanks a lot for people who've re-upped their YouTube membership. Love that you guys have decided to join the adventure in addition to the Patreon. And of course, if you're joining us and having a lot of fun and you want to keep the conversation going, I can promise you almost everybody in this chat is already a member of the Patreon. So they are, if you want to keep talking with these folks, keep the conversation going, check us out. Patreon.com/Knights of Last Call. That's going to get you into our Patreon only Discord. So yeah, I had a lot of fun with tonight's episode. Thanks for everybody for sticking with me. But I'm going to wrap this one up. We got an interesting weekend coming up. The Pathfinder 2 campaign is over from Friday. My game, that I've been playing in. Smith was running. And we got to decide what our new game is going to be. And of course, we are getting all geared up for our new root game. Our tip goal continues to climb. Thank you everybody for tipping and being so generous towards that. We're going to build up a cool studio. We're going to be in person, live, which we've never done before. We've been in person, recorded. We've been live, remote, but we've never been in person live. And so that is going to be a really, really fun experience for all of us. And we're hoping we could turn it into something special and start showcasing not Pathfinder 2. Yeah. Fun game, Pathfinder 2. A lot of rules, but it's not the only game. It's not my favorite game. And there are other games that I really want to play. And there's other games that I want to show you. There are other games that you need to see. KC asked how the construction's coming along. We've built up the Hollywood flats that are going to be the fake walls for the cassette. And now we basically have to start, we have to build the new table. Still working on some of the angles and dimensions for that. And then we are going to also be putting in some scenery. We wanted to make it look like it's a really cool kind of castle, kind of a critical role. Not critical role specifically, but how they have their set looks like they're in a cool fantasy realm. So, we're not going to be as good as them, but I think we can put some effort into it. So it's not just a blank wall. I think we can do better than that. So yeah. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. And thank you for being awesome. Check us out on our YouTube. Like and subscribe if you haven't already. And we'll see you next time on Knights of Last Call.